Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today for this awesome, awesome cause. I am so thrilled to be here. We have 4+ hours jam-packed with some awesome, awesome guests. So let's not waste any time, folks. We're here today because Skeptic Haven is seeking nonprofit status to further our mission of providing educational and informative content for skeptically minded individuals and fostering a supportive, inclusive, safe space for those who've left religion. With your help, we can continue to provide a welcoming and safe alternative, promoting great secular humanist values. There are many ways that you can support us in this endeavor to become an official nonprofit, folks. You can, of course, send a super chat on YouTube or join our Patreon found in the description. But the best way you can help us out is by going to tinyurl.com/shfunds and donate to help us reach our goal of $2,600. This helps with all the startup costs for incorporating. So who are we? What is Skeptic Haven? Well, Skeptic Haven is a network of YouTube shows that inform and help others grow, whatever their situation is. Maybe they're getting out of religion, trying to find a new identity, or maybe they just don't have many like-minded friends. We create shows that support those interested in science, shows addressing religion as well as cults, a women's focused show made by women but for everyone. We have a global atheist show to expand our reach internationally to fight for humanitarian causes abroad. And lastly, we have a call-in show to address those with questions about religion and other topics, to call in and speak directly with our hosts. Most importantly, though, we are about building communities of like-minded people to live to their full potential. And with that in mind, we could think of no one better, no person out there in this space better to kick us off than the always wonderful Dave Warnock.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Warnock here, Dying Out Loud. You know me from, I guess, the stuff I've done, Dying Out Loud, the Dying Out Loud show on Tuesday nights on the line, and the GD show I used to have, and my various guest spots on podcasts and YouTube shows, and the book I've written, all those things. So glad to be here to support Skeptic Haven. I'm sorry I can't be there for the fundraiser weekend. Previous engagements, just my schedule is just doesn't allow it. But I wanted to say hi and just support Skeptic Haven and all that you guys are doing. I know that you guys create a safe space for people who've left religion, who've lost their way, and you basically provide a community for people who don't have one or maybe have lost the one they did have. And I'm all about that. I'm all about community and fostering healthy relationships in a skeptical environment. I'm all about skeptical thinking and free thought and people finding their ways through life free from religion. And so I really do endorse and support everything that you guys at Skeptic Haven are doing. I love being on the podcasts that you produce, the shows that you guys are involved in. I've been on several, and I just love everything that's going on here. Wish I could be there for the fundraiser and can't suggest strongly enough that you should support this great mission and help these folks get free. So thank you, Skeptic Haven, for having me to send this little promo video. Again, sorry I couldn't be there in person for the fundraiser, but I'm lending my full-throated support for this worthy cause. So hope you can support them, and good luck on everything with the fundraiser.
Are you ready for the show?
Oh my gosh, it's Sydney Davis Jr.
I didn't see you there. Oh my gosh.
Cow.
Oh, it's so unexpected. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm great. I'm doing fantastic. What's new? What's shaking?
Not much. Just this awesome fundraiser that we're doing, trying to help grow this community and get them official 501c3 status. So
We're doing a fundraiser.
I
Tell me
know.
about it.
Oh my gosh, we have this awesome fundraiser that you're actually going to be hosting for the next hour. So I'll go ahead and just kind of go to the back and let you take charge and bring on two absolute legends in this space. I mean, we are starting off right by kicking me off screen and bringing these guys on. So go ahead and take over, Sydney, and tell us who we got.
All right. Coming up in the stream, I was about to say coming up on stage next. You can tell I've been doing stand-up too long. Coming up to the screen next, we have nobody else other than John Loftus and Derek Lambert. Please give it up for John Loftus and Derek Myth Vision Lambert. How are you gentlemen doing tonight?
Doing good.
Excellent.
Doing really good. Yeah.
Excellent. I know we were chatting a little bit before the event, but how's everything going with you guys? Everything going good? Got anything coming up? Anything exciting?
Well, I've pretty much finished my writing career, my book writing career, and not my blog posts and not my essays and papers and talks. But as far as books go, I think 13 books, which received some critical acclaim from both sides, Christians and atheists and agnostics, scientists and philosophers and theologians, that I kind of rest and hope that people, refer to my books from time to time for the next, lifetime, because I've contributed that portion of my life to that.
Yeah, you're like, I feel like enough awards have been won. I feel like I would just be rude to collect any more awards and writing and any more acclaim. I'm just going to let other people have acclaim these days. But that's
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that. I said that. Well, that's great. And then Derek, I feel like even though this is the first time we've ever actually met, I feel like I talk to you every day just because I'm on your community on Facebook. But how are you doing? What's new? What's going on?
Just constantly trying to improve my craft and keep pumping out educational content that helps people, wake up and realize that they're good people and that they aren't born into this corrupt, fallen, decaying world that they should hate in order to go to heaven. It's absurd.
Yes.
But,
100%. And both of you, I really appreciate all the work that you've both done in this space, in this, I don't want to say industry, but in this kind of world that we're in. I think it's so important. And I think what we're finally seeing is so much more visibility thanks to books like yours and channels like yours, Derek. And I think you both are just doing a phenomenal job. But how did either one of you, and maybe we can start with John and then go to Derek, how did either one of you come about into this idea that atheism and agnosticism was really something you wanted to promote and encourage people to look into and follow?
John, you got to go first. And John, one question. I'll be shocked if you don't write another book, by the way. Please continue.
Right. Write a book about how you're done writing books. That's why I see that going.
I have thought about it, to be honest. Don't hold me to what I just said earlier. But I backed into what I'm doing. I had studied in colleges and evangelical colleges, and I learned how they think because I was one of them. And I got a couple of degrees, master's degrees, plus PhD work. And then I went into the ministry, and I was hoping to teach for full-time for a Bible college, but that never happened. But I did teach adjunct college classes, lots of them. They can, rip us off, by paying us meager amounts to pay, to do a class versus having us on full-time. But I backed into it because I wrote a letter to the editor in the city where I was the president of the Ministerial Association, a small town, where I asked some questions about Mel Gibson's movie, The Passion of the Christ. It has lots of questions that need to be asked. It's too bloody, too gory. How does the death of one man pay for sins, and why don't we use that method to forgive sins now? You sinned against me, I shall beat you on the head, and then I can forgive you. We don't do that sort of stuff. So I raised those questions in a letter to the editor of that local newspaper. I got a lot of attention, and so then a lot of backwash, a lot of nitpicking and things. So I put together a little book, put it in the little store in our little town, and it still kept getting attacked. I don't like getting attacked. I don't like being beaten down, and they think that I missed something here, I missed something there. So then I got lucky, and Paul Kurtz, the late great Paul Kurtz, decided he wanted to publish my book, and so I edited it again and I edited it again. And it's this one here. Why I became it's over 500 pages, of stuff.
Wow.
And it's kind of small print from my older eyes now, but maybe a larger print edition will work. And so I got more and more attention, and then finally, I started my own blog, and voila, I was off. That's
Yeah,
how
I was
I
gonna
got
say,
it.
like, blogs, especially depending on when you published yours, I feel like the blog used to be the best way to just skyrocket into people's like periphery. So that's really fantastic. And I feel like having a background like yours almost makes you like the ultimate argument or the ultimate weapon in conversation, because you know the Bible so well and you know what it says. That's so interesting.
One thing that you can't say of me is that I'm ignorant. You simply cannot say I'm ignorant. I might be wrong, but after as much, but not ignorant.
Yeah,
I
no.
have the degrees to prove it. I've got the book production people ask me questions from time to time. I'll say, read chapter X in book 3.
Yeah.
I haven't got time to like post it all, but almost every conceivable argument, not all, but almost every conceivable argument I've addressed or had scholars write for my books, and they've addressed. And yeah, you're right about blogs. Blogs were the time in my day. Sadly to say, that's 10 years ago.
Yes. Yeah, you're
But
like, I didn't write 500 pages so I could just repeat it here to you without having you read it. I wrote the pages so you'll read it. Go read it. Read the book.
They will say, why don't you give it to me for free? And sometimes I do if I think that they have a worthy opinion. But most times they just want it for free. And so I ask them, why don't they ask their favorite authors, can give it to me for free? Well, go ahead, go ask William Lane Craig or anyone. Alan Planning. I say, I was interested if you would send me warrant, in Christianity, whatever. So,
dear R. Stein, please.
So what I say? So sometimes I get a little ornery and I say, well, what, are you destitute? Would you send me your financial statement so I can decide whether or not you can actually buy the book or not?
Dang, coming out swinging. All right, remind me.
Little snarky,
I was gonna say,
people want their information for free, and I do that on my blog. I mean, you don't actually have to buy any of my books, I suppose, but if you want to see a book length treatment of an issue, I've got plenty of them to choose from. Here's one: Case Against Miracles. That's
highly rated on Amazon.
It really is a good book. I might have to say so myself, even though I didn't write all the chapters. I wrote a few of them, and this one right here. These are my last 2 books. I didn't want to have a book on the problem of evil. I wanted to talk about what was really the problem, and it's horrendous suffering, the kind that turns our stomachs. And try to say, oh no, how do we know that's evil?
Yeah.
And then that's why I didn't even want to tie it up with the word evil, horrendous evil, because they'll jump all over that and they'll say, well, how do you know what evil is? So I translated the horrendous problem of suffering, horrendous suffering. Well, now we don't have to talk about that issue, although I do in the book. So I'm happy for my success, but most importantly for the authors who helped me make my case. I didn't do it all alone. I couldn't have done it all alone. And the readers, and even Derek, he's promoted me somewhat, and he's the new age now. I mean, he's the next generation, and I love him. I think he's just doing a wonderful job. I learned so much from him. Actually, he's becoming a scholar in residence, if you will. So I appreciate being on here with him too.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah. I got his book, The Case on Miracles, and he wrote me a little note in the beginning. It's somewhere back here on all this bookshelf, and it's something like, with this book, the case is closed, or something like that. It was like, oh snap!
Oh, coming in with the sass.
Nobody ever faulted me for being humble.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, I was gonna say, especially when people keep asking your stuff for free, it's like you get to be a little sassy, you get to be a little spicy.
Oh, and I paid for that book, by the way.
I was about to ask. I was like, did he charge you for that?
I would have given it to you for free.
That's great. And then Derek, what about you? What was kind of your introduction to this realm?
John's gonna amen this because I already know John's story. I've heard him several times explain it, but it really was a pursuit of truth. I mean, the very core, expectation Christians want is the way, the truth, the life. We want the truth. And that famous scene from Tom Cruise scene where he's like, "You can't handle the truth," and it's like that is so damn true. And so how did we chew that how did we swallow that pill of the truth? And the truth was that it wasn't the truth. And that journey of going from full-on Kool-Aid drinking kind of nutcase to reality, that was a fun journey. And so that's what my whole thing is about, is wanting to get to what are the facts? What is the reality of the situation? And I encourage my atheist friends and people who write on this stuff, who read, who watch the YouTube videos, there is nothing to be afraid of. Dive head first into this material, and you will find out very quickly you are dealing with legend, myth, some history, but the claims. We were talking about this before we recorded. Go look at the other stories. You'll find a lot of overlap, and the genre types are very similar. So if Jesus is true, then so is Dionysus, Asclepius, and the various other deities out there.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. 1, if Jesus is true, the rest are true. And 2, don't ask John for free shit, because he's not going to give it to you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Travis.
Yeah, unfortunately, my face means that we have to end the fun and move on to the next round of stuff. But folks, don't forget, we've got a bunch of other awesome freaking people coming up. So we're going to kick Derek and John out, but bring on some other great people. And we got a couple of clips that we're going to play every now and then to spice it up, so it's not just my boring self talking. So let's go to one of those and bring on the next guest.
Okay, well, we got to go to our interview now, so we'll see you in a minute.
Hey, what's up, fellas? What's going on?
Howdy. Howdy,
Neil
partners.
and great person number 2.
Great person number
Okay,
2.
so Mikey, question for you.
Yes.
Well, I've been meaning to ask you this, and now seems like the perfect time. Famine or famine?
Famine.
Famine. Okay, just making sure. Just because I'm Southerner, so I feel like I just say that just by default. But how's it going? How are you?
Well, then wouldn't it be famine?
It'd be
If you're
famine.
Southern.
Famine. Yeah.
Say it from the corner of your mouth, famine.
Yeah. It'd be patooey.
Yeah.
Famine. Pating.
Pating, yeah. If you do a patooey and no pating, no respect.
Well, bold of
No
you to
respect.
assume my dip receptacle would not be just a plastic bottle from like a Pepsi. If it makes a pating noise, I'm a rich Southerner. I'm a rich trash.
If you're not spitting into pure polished copper, then I don't.
Then I don't want it. I don't want it. My daddy didn't fight for this country so you could spit into a Dr. Pepper bottle.
I'd rather good it. Do you know that's
If you
what
can
they
hit
call
a
it?
Dr. Pepper bottle, that's skill right there.
Well, Neil,
That needs
you're
to be
like,
an
my
office
daddy
word.
didn't fight for your country, so I don't know what you're complaining
Yeah, I
about.
don't know what you're fucking talking about here.
Americans, am I right?
Yeah,
Make us
so
come down and burn the White House down again.
hey, listen, I've
The smoke smell still can't get out of those books. It's been replaced
bold of
with
you to assume we're opening books over here, Mikey.
It's been
Bold of
replaced
you.
with cocaine.
Oh, I don't know.
What?
I feel like this just went off the rails. How are you gentlemen doing tonight?
Ooh,
What's
Rails,
going
good
on?
one.
Yeah.
Speaking of coke,
Gosh dang it. Like the one I didn't even mean to make a pun, and here we are. Yeah, what's new? What's going on? What's shaking?
we are a singularity of puns and sass.
Sass and puns.
We just did well recently, we've got a couple past now, 500 episodes on the show.
Yes. Love that. I love that for you.
And
both.
we're
That's
and
awesome.
that and there are only, I don't know if you guys knew this, 500 atheists, because it's surprisingly hard to book people.
Yeah.
You guys watch the show. Come on, we need you to come on the show. We need more guests.
Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
do.
No
Like
joke. Anybody listening, 90% of the people who I've heard say the words, well, I don't know if my story is interesting enough, or my story's not as bad as everybody else you've had.
Yeah.
It is, and it was, and we want you on our podcast. So please, speaking of
not-
which,
All
come
the
with-
stories matter.
It's
Yeah.
not a competition. You don't have to have the worst story. Like that's not what it's not what it is.
Well, and also, if it's your worst, it's your worst. You know what I mean? Like, if you were made to feel a certain way, those feelings are valid. It doesn't matter if somebody else was made to feel a different way. Like, you were made to feel. Anyway, that's my soapbox. How would somebody apply to be on your show if they wanted to?
Well, you can email either one of us,
Yep.
or you can DM us through of the various social media platforms.
All
And we'll
open.
get back to you. Yep, they're all open, and and really, it's all about community. Is what we do. We a lot of these folks that come on the show are new to
Yeah.
the community. So
Yep.
I was doing an after party, and where Mikey and I invite the guests to come back for a little extra time and meet everybody. As you know, Sydney, you've been on.
Yeah.
Has
And,
Sydney been
and-
on? I
Yeah,
can't remember if Sydney's
Yeah,
been on.
I had birds on. Remember, they were making a racket because I just brought them on from a garage. Yeah, yeah. And for anybody who may be unfamiliar,
Cameras.
what is the name of your show or your channel? Where can they find you?
Well, it's Deconversion Stories with Neil the 604 Atheist and Mikey Famine, which it's all the old art is up there. We're going to revamp a bunch of stuff because we are only doing Thursdays and Saturdays now. We used to do Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. But
Wow.
it's just too much, right? Because
Yep.
I do other things as well, and some other stuff has kicked into with my day-to-day life. So
Yep.
I need the extra time for that. So basically,
Mikey
we're
started
gonna
a
do
business and
Thursdays
had a
and
kid.
I was going to say,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you had a child. Yes, there's a baby. Yes.
So,
How long has your channel been going on? Because that takes a while to get 500 episodes.
since 2018.
Wow.
Yeah, since about late 2018, the summer of 2018, I think we kicked it off. Well, I kicked it off first, and Mikey joined me about a year into it, I guess.
That's awesome. Congratulations. That is like in podcasting, that is dog years. Like that might as well be 700 years that you've been running your channel. So congratulations. That's awesome.
Well,
Yeah,
there are
and-
important stories to be told too, and there are important stories I think that people out there need to hear as well. That it's not always. I mean, there are lots of stories where they'll make you cry a little bit, but
Yeah.
because of some of the after effects of leaving whatever belief system you're a part of.
Yep.
But they're all. I think people go out there when they're questioning their own beliefs. I think they go out and they look for people with similar sort of things going on and see how they handled that and how they found their way free. So.
Yeah, 100%. And I
provide
really,
some sort of a service for that.
well, and also not only that, but I've talked to a lot of people who have been on your show before, and
Ooh.
and the most of them, your show was the first one that they were ever interviewed on,
Right.
and they always talk about how welcome they feel, what a great time they had, how respected they felt, like how they felt like they were really listened to, and I think that's also really important as well.
Yeah,
a
I
A
agree.
good Yelp review right there.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, yeah. Like they're not sponsored by their channel. But yeah, so
Well, we
that's
try.
Yeah.
We try to make people feel comfortable because I get a lot of, well, wow, I'm really nervous. I'm like, that'll last about 2 minutes. And
Yep.
then you'll see how big of a goofs that we are and how fun we are.
And
Yes.
if people are wondering, Mikey's always interrupting. He's just always he's distracted him and making
Interrupting cow.
and making the guest laugh because a lot of people Neil has a lot of followers, and if they go to like one of the Aron Ra episodes or Seth, then they're like, oh my God, is there going to be 10,000 people watching this? Like, and
Yes.
it's intimidating,
Yeah.
so I get it. So I try to,
Yeah.
so that's a little how the sausage is made. If Mikey seems like he's distracted, it's because the guest is probably a tad bit nervous and we need them to loosen up a little bit.
I think Mikey just wanted to say the word sausage live on air. That's what I think.
You know what the best part is? I wanted you to say it,
Ah!
and I
And
accomplished
it worked.
my mission.
Those he and his meta pranks. How dare you?
Double reverse anti-psychology activate.
So Mikey, how did you get involved in atheist activism and in your channel? Because I don't think I've ever heard about that.
So what I do with Neil is the same thing. We're on at the same time doing the deconversion stories.
Yeah.
The Bin Podcast Network, my gang of fools, we just happen to all be atheists, but we cover pop culture and politics. And the intersection of atheism and your rights and Congress are very intertwined. And I wish more atheists would just say, no, I don't dabble in the politic. Well, you should, because if you would like to be able to freely continue to speak about these things, you should probably care about who's in Congress.
100%, 100%, absolutely.
There's
Absolutely.
a meeting of minds there, and atheists need to act like they're a voting bloc.
Yes, 100%.
Because we are. I think there's probably 14 or 15 million atheists going right now. Like,
And that's just
out
the
in the
open ones.
Yeah,
Yep.
out in the open atheists. So that's not nothing.
No. And I'm willing to bet that if there's, say, 15 million that are public about it, I bet there's
Oh, yeah.
twice as many that aren't, or even questioning or having thoughts in that regard. So yeah, all jokes aside, what you guys do is really important, and I really appreciate the way that you do it. Neil, I feel like you were going to say something.
Yeah, I didn't see any of the comments pop up because I had the window closed or whatever, and I just noticed it.
Neil.
Kipp Davis, who's a local guy like me, lives in my neck of the woods,
And he's going to be on later.
Yeah, Kipp's amazing. He's awesome. I was so happy to meet him finally, like virtually. Anyways, we will meet in person at some point. But Kipp has mentioned something that I've heard before. Neil's got the best goddamn radio voice I've heard.
Oh my gosh, Neil.
My mom always said I had a face for radio. So
Neil,
she never lied to you once, Neil. She never lied to you once.
I finally get to show you this. This was not planned. I bought a puppet, and somebody pointed out that it looks like you, and I cannot unsee it. I cannot unsee that. It's supposed to be Moses.
I got a little more hair than that. Oh, is it?
It's supposed to be Moses, but I can't unsee it now. I feel like you're
put a bandana on that.
Here,
put a bandana on that thing.
The fact that she went like this on his forehead and it looked like his eyes went up, I'm like, okay, I need to stop smoking before these things.
Yes,
clearly.
Okay, so let's see if I can cover his head and it'll look like you. Let's see. I don't know. What about? No, that doesn't quite work. If I had I wish I had a bandana around here. I don't have a bandana, but I don't know how much hair you have. I'm not sure because I've never seen you without a bandana.
Just pass it from your square to her square.
Maybe just like.
Oh, I have hair. That's why I wear this. Keeps the hair out of my face.
There we go. Let's see. What about? Is that more accurate?
You know what? You guys want to see without the bandana?
No, I'm not ready for it. I'm not ready for it.
No, it's good. It's good. Hang on.
One's in the chat.
You're ready. It's okay.
Your whole head is going to come off.
Whoa!
Wow. You've actually got... Yeah, that's nice. Everybody in the chat just got pregnant.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Everyone in the chat just got pregnant.
Everyone in the chat just got pregnant. I hope they enjoy it.
I hear Mikey is bald. I don't know. Let me see some super chats and we'll see about
I can vouch that he's not.
I feel like this is a historic moment. I don't know. I feel like I'm witnessing history right now. Thank you, Neil, for blessing us with that. I really appreciate it.
Only for Skeptic Haven.
Yeah, I was going to say, to raise money for this fundraiser, he did that for us. So if you could please go to tinyurl.com/shfunds.
I haven't been there yet either myself, which I have to do.
I need to do that as well. Yeah, or you can join Patreon. They have a Patreon. It's very cool, very active. Lots of stuff going on over there. But if you guys, if people wanted to find you, if they wanted to get involved, if you had any advice for anybody watching this, maybe
I got tons of advice.
Well, about atheism and agnosticism and skepticism. I don't need to know anything else about
smaller list.
I was going to say, I got to watch my words here. Forget who I'm talking to. For a second, I literally thought you were about to drink hand sanitizer just then. I don't know why it looked.
I have some nearby. Let me get it. Hold on.
Don't knock it till you tried it.
I was going to say, please don't drink.
It's spicier than you think.
I don't think about it. I do not think.
Alma says she has to go to Planned Parenthood now.
Yes. I'm screwed because I'm in Tennessee. So thanks a lot. I'm going to be fighting you for child support.
No.
So if you guys had any advice or thoughts or just kind of like last comments for anybody watching this, what would you say?
I would say definitely if you're still kind of a believer and you're having doubts, never be afraid to question. And there's lots of information out there to find out what really is the truth. Don't let them tell you that what you believe currently is the truth, because I heard John and Derek talking about two phenomenal people, by the way.
Yes.
Continue to question, find out the right answers. Don't go for the quote unquote truth. Get the real truth that's out there, folks. And if you do end up leaving that belief system behind, come and hit me up. We'll get you on the show.
Tell us all about it.
Yeah.
Yes. Awesome. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for your time. I really appreciate it. Right on time. There's SR.
There's that secular rarity scam guy right there.
I
He's
know.
the fun-sucking Grim Reaper of the show.
It'll be the theme of the night. But the good news is it's not the only theme of the night, folks.
Speaking of bad hair.
That's right. Yeah. Too much hair on screen for sure. Sydney's keeping us level a little bit, but
yes.
I gotta
like
shout
Sydney's
it out
style.
because I have to mention we have already gotten 2 donations, you guys. Thank you so much, Benjamin Harris and Native Atheist. We really appreciate it, guys. The link is
Native
in the
Atheist.
description. It's in the
Awesome.
live chat. Please help us out. It means a lot for us. But the other theme of the night, because we're so close to Halloween, we figured we'd get you in the Halloween kind of scary, spooky spirit. So this might help a little before we bring on our next guest.
Should we?
I did not deserve that. I didn't deserve that. That was the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Just kidding.
As an old, I knew it was coming.
I did not. I let my guard down. I remember when that thing was viral. I let my guard down. Hello, Chris. Hello, Chad. Love you both. How are you doing? Great to see you.
Good to see you, Sydney. It's been a while.
It has. Long time no see for both of you guys. What's new? What's going on, Chris? What's shaking with you?
Just some normal, usual. Actually, not too much shaking, just stirring.
I like that. Same old shit, just different stir. Love it.
Right.
Love it.
That's right.
And Chad, what about you? What's new? What's going on?
I have had the most busy summer I have ever had in my life. There was a little, there was like a little video that came out sometime earlier this year. You might have heard of it, something on Amazon. I think 5 people watched it. I was on Shiny Happy People, and I've been doing a lot of podcasts, a lot of interviews about that, as well as just busy in my personal life in general, and also talking to folks behind the scenes, and still making content over on my platform too. So just spreading the word that there's still a cult out there that's hurting people, and we should probably do something about that.
Yay for doing something about cults. Something that I appreciate about both of you is you each have such a unique style of presentation, of delivery. I feel like you both come from such a unique direction as well. But at the same time, people who are searching for the type of content that they find on your channel, I think would also find a place with both of you. And I feel like that's a really long-winded way of saying you do a really great job of, even though you come from totally unique backgrounds and directions, you make a space where even people who say weren't involved in Scientology or weren't involved in like a Christian cult necessarily, they find a space, they find understanding, they find a place where they can find like-minded individuals on both of your platforms. And I love that. Like, I understand I'm totally biased and I've talked to both of you and I consider you both friends, but for anybody listening, highly recommend you check out both of these gentlemen, Chris on YouTube and Chad on TikTok. But Chris, tell me a little bit about how your channel got started.
Well, I basically got out of Scientology and realized that I could write about Scientology, and I have, and I will continue to do so. But it's an audio-visual world, right? And the way to get the message out to the masses, at least most immediately, most effectively, and most within my range of being able to do it, was making YouTube videos. And so that's what started it. And that was back in 2014 that I started producing those videos. And and it's just been growth and expansion ever since.
Yes, and your audience, so nice. Such a nice audience. I don't know what magic you work over them, but just such nice people. Because, when you speak to somebody who has a huge platform, you really never know what you're going to get. You never know if you're going to get people that like you because they like you. You never know if you're going to get people who are like defensive of that. I don't know. But your audience, when I spoke to you last time, has been nothing but kind. And I think that speaks a lot about you as a person as well. So congratulations. They love you. They're nice. They didn't come for me.
Well, good. No, and
they didn't witch hunt me.
No, and no reason for them to. You're a wonderful person. Oh my God.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Chad, tell us a little bit about your backstory for anybody who maybe hasn't seen Shiny Happy People. Where are you coming from, and why does it matter so much to you for your platform to exist?
Absolutely. Well, I started out, I was raised in independent fundamental Baptist home, in a preacher's home that eventually caught on to the IBLP, or Institute in Basic Life Principles cult, that was started by a man named Bill Gothard back in the 60s and 70s. He started the homeschooling portion of it in the 80s, and my family jumped onto that bandwagon. I was raised in it. It was very abusive on so many levels: physical, spiritual, emotional, you name it. And basically, I got out when I was in my mid-20s. I did a lot of healing, a lot of therapy. And as I grew up, I saw where elements of that cult were infecting mainstream evangelical Christianity. And of course, I had already left the faith. I am a proud atheist. And I decided maybe it's time to start telling people a little bit about what they're seeing these days, especially with the rise of Christian nationalism. And we were basically doing that back in the early 90s before it became mainstream. So I decided to share my story. And about 2020, I was encouraged by my counselor to find a way to perform my story. To which I said, we're in the middle of a pandemic. I don't know. I can't write very well. She said, well, why don't you find a platform and share it? And I was like, well, there is an app that keeps me to a very limited time, so at least I won't rabbit trail or go off rambling. So I started putting up videos on TikTok, and eventually those videos led to me sharing my story on the Amazon Prime docuseries Shiny Happy People. And I'm proud to report that IBLP has been heavily damaged in reputation and in all other ways through that docuseries. It is now a household name. People know what it is. People know how it relates to the Duggars. The bad news is they still exist. So, me, a lot of my friends are still out there trying to finish a job.
Yeah, and I think what's so important about the messages that you both are sending independently is that cults still exist. They are modern, they are happening, they are among us, because I feel like Hollywood gives us this idea of cults being kind of like an ancient thing, or like a witch trials thing, or if a cult does still exist, they're all in prairie dresses and they live, out in the middle of nowhere and they don't have electricity or whatever. Like Hollywood has so many like impersonations basically of what a cult looks like, when in reality a cult can look like Hollywood, like the actual people working in Hollywood. A cult can look like your neighbor. A cult can look like anything. It can look like a household, a major organization, a fancy building, a not fancy building, somebody's house. And so that's what I appreciate about both of you is you're both really kind, you're both very funny, you have such unique brands, but the message is still the same. Cults are among us and they impact massive amounts of people. And I would be so curious to find out how many people through your channels realized that they were in a cult. I would just be curious. I don't know how to track that.
I'd be curious myself. I've been written to with emails, messages, comments, phone calls for years about people who I've helped out of cult situations. And then I have been involved in a couple of interventions as well, which is a little bit more one-on-one direct work, right? And I've consulted with people professionally. I don't do treatment or I don't do therapy. I'm not that kind of psychologist, right? But I do consult with people post-cult, or help people with family or friends of people who are in cults, and help advise them, because they almost uniformly, not out of bad intentions, but just because out of ignorance and not knowing what to do and desperation with the situation, they almost uniformly screw it up and make it worse, right? And so you got to help them, right? Because how to help somebody in a cult situation, I'm sure is very counterintuitive. It's not what you think. It's not, you don't act and talk and relate with them the way you might want to or think you should, and that kind of thing. So it's been an interesting journey, to say the least, and this has been it's been not just about telling people or educating people about the existence of cults, but also cult recovery and past it and moving on, and talking with therapists and sociologists and hell, neuroscientists, like there's all of levels to go in on it, and I find it endlessly fascinating.
Yes. Yes.
And I like helping people. And so those two things go together really nicely with this, with the channel. So
Yeah. And I think what a lot of people don't understand, and I've heard time and time again from people that I've spoken to as well, is that you think, I'm out of my cult. I will never be a member of another cult again. They can't get me. They can't touch me. Right. Right. And really what you're doing is you're waving a big old red flag to all the other cults that are like, come get me. Like, come on, here we go. And even if you don't open yourself up to another cult, you can open yourself up to cult-like relationships, to controlling jobs and behaviors from partners. And so it's wild. You know, I think people on the outside, maybe they know somebody who's in these situations. They think, why don't they get out? Why do they keep getting in? How do they keep getting themselves involved in these things? When really what's happening is the traits that made them susceptible to the first controlling group make them susceptible to other controlling groups. And you can escape and get out as often as possible, but it takes so much time and work on yourself and patience from others to roll up that red flag. It's hard. It's really hard.
One of my favorite sayings that I've heard from professional magician and con artists is that cons don't fool us because we're stupid; they fool us because we're human. And as human beings, we have innate shortcuts that our brains take, and there are ways that cults exploit, and bypass our critical thinking. The reason they're so prolific and the reason that the methods work in so many different aspects is because they work. I mean, they wouldn't keep using them if they didn't. And one thing that has, helped me in my own deconstruction is hearing, whenever I have those doubts, hearing other people talk about their doubts and talk about the things that they've learned. And, and that has helped me feel not alone, whether it be through podcasts or whether it be through, YouTube videos, and this channel in particular, the diversity of voices and the diversity of experiences and the diversity of experts that have talked about their experiences in all these things. That's what makes Skeptic Haven so important. And that's why I fully stand behind it and, encourage everyone watching to please support channels like Skeptic Haven. And especially during this time of fundraising, go fundraise, because it's important that these things be out there.
Yes, yes. Oh, I was just talking to Neil and Mikey previously about how so many people who watch channels like ours, like yours, like Chris's, they say, well, like my story is not as bad, or my story is not as like interesting or as scary or whatever as your other guests, so I don't feel like mine needs to be told. When in reality, every story is so important, because if you don't think your story is important and somebody has a very similar story to yours, they probably don't think theirs is as important either. And by having, like what you said, the diversity in voices, you have so many opportunities for other people to relate to those people and say, whoa, maybe Chad's story doesn't sound very much like mine, but Chris's story sounds a lot like mine. I didn't realize that was the same thing. I didn't realize that was also the same thing Chad was talking about. So yeah, 100% agree. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, like, subscribe to Chris Shelton's YouTube channel, find Chad Harris on TikTok, and follow them and listen to their stories, because they have fantastic, fantastic content. And then if you're interested, also maybe go to my channel too and give it a like and subscribe. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you. Appreciate your time.
There's somebody who asked a question about something. Should I address that?
What they say? Let's see. I'm looking.
Could Chris address the common phrase, I couldn't be a victim of a cult because I'm not gullible?
Oh.
I mean, I'd be happy to, because you're not gullible, huh? You were the first guy I wanted to talk to when I was in Scientology, right? Like, bring him up here.
Yes.
Because here's the thing about gullibility is it's not about your intelligence. Everybody thinks it's about their intelligence. Everyone thinks it's about IQ.
Yes.
And that somehow your intellectual prowess and your critical thinking skills and your inherent skepticism are somehow going to be a shield for you. And the bad news is that from a psychological point of view, we're all vulnerable, because we all have this poison pill within us called emotions and emotional needs, and we all have them. Everybody. This is universal. This is Philippines. This is Chinese. This is Americans. This is everybody. Doesn't matter what you think is unique about you. You have emotional needs, and those emotional needs include community, ego, sense of self, purpose, ideals. Our moral foundations fall under this in a way. So all of this comes together and makes you human.
Yes.
And when you're human, right, you can be played upon. In other words, if anybody has ever successfully lied to you in your entire life, you can be deceived. And if you can be deceived, you can be recruited into a cult. I'm sorry, but it's true.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
And
Thank you, Chris.
And I think that's an absolutely awesome message to put out there again, Chris, because that is something that I know here at Skeptic Haven, we care very much about critical thinking. And, y'all and every one of the fantastic guests that we have on, we are all supporting that mission. And I think we've made pretty good progress, but unfortunately, there's a lot of progress still to be made, right?
Yes.
So, so thank you guys both so much for everything you do and supporting this great cause. And I just have to give a quick update and say, folks, we have already raised $70. We have multiple people that have donated. We've got Naomi and Nara, the atheist. Thank you so freaking much, you guys. Remember, use that link. It's in the live chat. It's in the description. And, I was a little bit mean last time with that jump scare. So I promise I won't do anything. I won't do anything this time. I'll just bugger off and
what did I ever
bring
do
on
to
the
you?
next guest. I'm so sorry, you guys.
What did I do to deserve this?
I
don't
just
understand.
just be in your normal awesome self. It just invites that type of feelings. But
Are you
seriously,
saying I asked for it? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I'm not gonna say that because we're live on YouTube right now, but I might think it.
You'll text it. You'll be like,
That's right. That's right. But thank you so much, Chris and Chad. You guys do absolutely amazing work, and we really, really appreciate you.
Well, right back at you guys. Support the show. Let's get this fundraiser done. It's awesome.
Heck yeah. Well, let's bring on those next guests, Sydney.
all right. Next up, I have Captain Dadpool. I have Dragons in Genesis, and I have Dr. Kipp Davis. Let's see. Oh, there he is. Love it. Love it. I love it.
That's awesome.
Feeling very Halloween vibes. How's everybody doing tonight? How are you gentlemen doing?
Doing good.
Good.
Excellent.
I'm great.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hanging in there, Times are rough, but we're making things happen. It's all good.
I absolutely love that. And I'm like, I love your Halloween costume. And he's like, what Halloween costume? that's just how I look all the time. So
see, this is what happens when you have many, many small children like Captain Dadpool has.
Yes. How many children do you have, Captain Dadpool?
I have 4.
4.
And, they're currently behind me making a bunch of noise. So if you'll hear some background action, that's why.
Noisy children. I've never heard of
yelled at my youngest for trying to pour himself a full gallon of milk.
That's
like 2 seconds before you brought me on the stream. So yeah, it's interesting.
That is an appropriate serving size, especially if you add strawberry powder to it.
Hey, nothing but good advice here on Skeptic Haven. I really appreciate it. What about you, Dr. Kill? Got any good advice?
I had strawberry milk. I don't know, but now I have this insatiable craving for strawberry milk. So see, my children are all quite a bit older, so we don't get to do fun things like that anymore.
Like chug gallons of milk at a time.
That's right. Yes.
Miss the good old days.
We have to behave like adults around here. It's true.
That's funny. Well, just go in. I think it's clockwise. Might be counterclockwise, but I was thinking Ricky, Dr. Kill, Jason. Ricky, introduce yourself, and then we'll keep the circle going. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Who you are, what you do.
I'm best known on TikTok as Captain Dadpool 86. I have 500,000 followers ish, I think, and I basically make educational content about the Bible and early church history. And I talk a little bit about deconstruction from time to time as well. I also have a YouTube channel where I interview scholars in various fields. Dr. Kipp has been on my channel multiple times. So yeah, it's fun times.
It's a good time until the strawberry milk gets involved, and then it's no longer that much fun.
Yeah, and it's powdery explosion in your eye. Yeah.
Well, thanks for being here, Captain Dadpool. We appreciate you. And then Dr. Kill, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm Kipp Davis. I'm a biblical scholar and a specialist in early Judaism and the Dead Sea Scrolls. And I have a YouTube channel where I make educational content directed at these topics. I'm presently working through a long form series on the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it's the best damn introduction to the Dead Sea Scrolls that you'll ever find.
That's awesome. And where will we be able to find it when it's available?
Oh, so I'm publishing chapters fairly regularly. I'm already about 2.5 hours into it, and you can find it all on my YouTube channel, which
That's
is just
amazing.
my name, Kipp Davis.
That's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, no relation to my knowledge. I don't think we're related anyway.
I don't think so.
Don't think so.
But who can say, right?
I am from Arkansas. I never doubt if I'm related to somebody I meet with the same last name.
Right. I was going to say I am not from Arkansas or anywhere close to it.
Well, there we go. And well, it's nice to meet you. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate having you on here. And then Dragons in Genesis. Jason, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I am the host of the Dragons in Genesis podcast, which is a monthly secular Bible study podcast where we go into basically every chapter of the Bible. We don't skip anything. So even the begats and all the little boring parts that, you know, your church Bible study might skip over, we dive into those because even in those boring sections, there's something interesting, usually because it contradicts some other part of the Bible. And we don't just cover all of the Bible. But we also go into, all these nifty little rabbit holes. Like most people think that the cause of Noah's flood was because people were wicked, but they don't realize that it was actually because a whole bunch of angels came down to earth and had sex with humans and created a whole race of giants. And then there's this little tangent you can go down where those giants began killing humans and drinking each other's blood, and maybe these giants were a kilometer high. And we go into all the little parallel myths, texts that are not included in your Bible, like the Book of Enoch and fun little things like that. That's awesome. If you want to know what the Bible says without it being filtered through some modern theological perspective, and you want to learn about all the fun little things that are maybe too embarrassing to talk about in church, my podcast is probably a good place to start.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And I think that's really important too, because it's in those boring parts of the Bible, I think, that people skip over, like you said, and they miss some things that maybe they wouldn't agree with, or maybe they weren't aware were in the Bible, or that come with the title of, fundamentalist Christian or something. So that's awesome. That's so great that you do that. Thanks for joining us today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. So if each of you, and we can go in any particular order, had anything that you felt like was really important, or any message you wanted to get across to anybody watching this right now, what would you say? What would you suggest? What idea would you want them to leave with tonight, if anything?
Ooh.
Wow.
That's
So I guess it is. I guess
a real
I'll
head
start,
scratcher.
And I think this kind of drives the content of my channel, is that the Bible is kind of cool, and when you read it correctly, when you understand it relative to its cultural context, when you see the really wild varieties of ideas and theology and politics embedded within the history of the text, it's a fun book, and it's unfortunate that so many people have been traumatized by it.
Yes. Yes.
And I think, I mean, if there's one
Very
thing
well said.
I would say start reading the Bible and learning it from somebody who knows what they're doing, because it's fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be so much fun when you get rid of the anger and resentment that you might have associated with what it has to say. And Jason, for somebody like you, how do you break down the Bible bit by bit without the lens of somebody who might be biased in any way? Like, how do you get rid of that bias? Were you not raised religious? Were you raised religious in any way?
Yes, I was actually studying to become a catechism teacher at my Catholic church. I was heavily involved in the church, founder of the youth group, and all sorts of things. And it was actually studying the Bible that deconverted me.
Yeah, I imagine.
And
That's crazy.
Of course, I went through the whole like angry atheist phase for a while.
Sure.
But in the absence of faith, I was left with this burning curiosity. I wanted to understand, where this book came from, why there are all these different contradictory stories. And in trying to find those answers, basically the deeper I dug, the deeper I realized the rabbit hole went. And so now I have a whole bookshelf full of books that I'm reading or have read, and a growing to be read pile. And really the whole idea of, like modern religion and theology has kind of just gone out the window for me. Yeah. I don't even touch on modern religion in my podcast at all. Yeah. It's just about the text, the stories, the parallel myths, the culture and theology at the time. Because to me, that's the really interesting part. And Definitely. So I guess to answer that question is really just the curiosity as to how these stories came about and what they meant to the people at the time. That's forefront in what I do. So everything with, all the horrible things that have happened in the name of religion, they kind of just don't come up because I'm too busy focused on the stories. And
that's awesome.
It's broken down really just chapter by chapter.
That's great.
In the podcast, we usually do about 10 to 15 chapters per episode, and we cover the whole thing. So there's really not much room to talk about religion.
That's great. That's great. And I think that's also wonderful that you're showing people that is possible. Like, even once you've left, it is possible to go back and look at the Bible through a different lens than that of someone who had to leave for whatever reason they had to. So thank you for your work doing that. And then Captain Dadpool, would you say that gallons of milk at a time are how you keep your wrists so thin? Is that, like, if people were watching and they were like, how does he get such delicate wrists? Would you suggest that? Is that
milk is good for the bones. It makes them nice and sturdy.
Yes.
So
beautiful.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah. All right. Well,
Yahweh cursed him.
Yep. That's exactly Yahweh. Yes. Well, gentlemen, I really appreciate you spending your time with us and helping us raise some funds for Skeptic Haven. We really appreciate your time. It's been a pleasure meeting you. I've really had a wonderful time. And I think Secular Rarity is coming in. There he is.
I'm back. I know.
Skeptical Rarity.
That's right. It's not rare though that I come on this stream and ruin everything.
Yeah, you're back.
So that's what I'm here to do once again. But
sorry about that.
You're gonna spend the whole night just hearing people go, every time you log on.
It's honestly, it's something that's, pretty regular in my day-to-day life. It's like most people kind of sigh a little bit and drop their I hear that one a lot too, though, Dr. Kill. So no, it's truly wonderful. I'm so happy to be here. And for the three of y'all to be on is just so awesome. Well, I mean, Sydney, you're all right, but like we hang out sometimes in person, so I'm over it already. Well, I've learned
Sydney the afterthought.
Exactly. I have learned so much from the three of you. Each one of you go in such depth, on topics that are just not as well discussed. In kind of the non-academic sense, right? Just the bumbling idiot like me watching YouTube videos has no idea about all these discussions. And you guys are able to bring these really deep topics, in a way that is so palatable for people. So it is truly, truly awesome to have you guys on. And I guess it's good to have you on too, Sydney. So
it's mediocre at best, to be honest.
thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you guys
Yeah.
so
Thank
much
you.
for all that you do and for hanging out with us today. Unfortunately, we do have to kick you off and bring on some other people, but I'm also going to kick off Sydney too, so that's not too
Oh.
bad. Yeah, I know
Bye.
she's got to go too.
See ya.
There's
But
lots of
seriously,
money, you guys.
yeah, please, guys, donate now. You heard it from Dr. Kill, Captain Dadpool, and Jason
It's
Dragons
worth it.
and Genesis themselves. So if you
Definitely.
if you need a reason, there's a pretty darn good one in my opinion. So but yeah, thank you guys so much, and we'll kick you all out, I guess, and I'll bring on whoever the heck is on next to keep this awesome show rolling. I believe we've already got this wonderful person here. Oh my gosh, it's Sunny Shell. What is up, girl? How are you?
I am doing good. How are you?
I am great. I am so freaking happy to be here. We have already had so many freaking people, and it is amazing to think that we have even more that are going to be coming on. Like, we have so many. I'm looking at the schedule right now, and we just have so many people. And I am just truly thrilled. But before we bring on our next guest, there is actually a super duper cool video that we have, folks, that is one of the executives here at Skeptic Haven, just kind of talking about what this whole community means to them, and give you guys another, tangible thing to kind of grasp onto, to say, what is really going on here at Skeptic Haven? Why should I care? Why should I donate? Well, here's a video, folks, that might help shed some light on that.
This is Wes with Skeptic Haven. I created this channel with hopes of creating something new, not hateful towards religion, but pro-science, pro-rational thinking, pro-philosophy, pro the things we are without religion, caring about humanity, caring about issues that affect women, and being allies to those that are oppressed globally.
The colors and the flower evolved in order to attract insects to pollinate it is interesting. It means that insects can see the color. It adds a question. Does this aesthetic sense also exist in the lower forms? Why is it aesthetic? All kinds of interesting questions which the science knowledge only adds to the excitement, the mystery, and the awe of a flower. It only adds. I don't understand how it subtracts.
I should like to say two things. One intellectual and one moral. The intellectual thing I should want to say to them is this. When you are studying any matter or considering any philosophy, ask yourself only what are the facts and what is the truth that the facts bear out. Never let yourself be diverted either by what you wish to believe or by what you think would have beneficent social effects if it were believed. But look only and solely at what are the facts. That is the intellectual thing that I should wish to say. The moral thing I should wish to say to them is very simple. I should say, love is wise, hatred is foolish. In this world, which is getting more and more closely interconnected, we have to learn to tolerate each other. We have to learn to put up with the fact that some people say things that we don't like. We can only live together in that way. If we are to live together and not die together, we must learn a kind of charity and a kind of tolerance, which is absolutely vital to the continuation of human life on this planet.
The equation E is equal mc squared.
Some part of our being knows this is where we came. We long to return. And we can, because the cosmos is also within us. We're made of star stuff. We are a way for the cosmos to know itself.
If we are not able to ask skeptical questions, to interrogate those who tell us that something is true, to be skeptical of those in authority, then we're up for grabs for the next charlatan, political or religious, who comes ambling along.
With help, I've created a wonderful and diverse skeptic community with the purpose of helping one another in this world. We may be born and die alone, but we don't have to live alone. We're a safe haven for those needing safety to live their life as themselves. Something many are unable to do with religion and superstition that goes with it. Dare to be skeptical.
Hey everyone! So, I have not been able to work with you yet, Godless Engineer. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm I'm still kind of recovering this weekend from this past week, but I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Well, good. I'm so glad that you could be here. I'm doing great. My computer is running a little slow. My internet is like choppy, so y'all bear with me. I'm here. Um, so I would just want to say I loved that video. I love how Wes did that. It kind of made me think about, first of all, seeing Carl Sagan there, one of the last ones where he was, you could see he was sick, and towards the end of his life. And it just makes me kind of sad that we have lost him. Was he ever was he one of your, what's the word I'm looking for? Was he like someone that you looked up to, kind of an influence for you?
Well, I mean, Sagan was, I guess, somewhat influential. I mean, like I watched the original Cosmos series, but I really didn't come into the whole skeptical community until after I lost my faith, and so what brought me out of that was watching a lot of debates and stuff, and so I guess Sagan really wasn't into the whole debate scene. He was more of an
That's true.
educator. So, I really looked towards, Sagan's lectures and books and stuff when I was looking to learn, about science and everything. But when it came to like the skeptical community, like I had never merged the two ideas before. So I only, came to, I guess, really understand, Sagan's positive contributions to everything after I became a godless individual. So he wasn't one, but I mean he's definitely one now.
That's a great answer. So, on that, when did you become aware of Skeptic Haven? Do you remember?
I can't really pinpoint a point in the past. I know I've always been pretty good friends with Wes, and I've always supported everything that he's done. And so, I've always been very happy to like participate in all the events that Wes has put on. So, I'm glad to be here today.
Well, that's awesome. I wish that we had worked together sooner because we only have a few minutes, really, and I feel like I want to ask you so many things. So, for those who, for some reason, wouldn't know you, they're living under a rock or whatever, can you tell our viewers a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I'm the Godless Engineer, John Gleason. I live in North Alabama, so right in the middle of a bunch of, religious, conservative type communities. And I run Godless Engineer here on YouTube as well as, in other places on social media, and, pretty much produce content for the skeptic community. My audience is geared towards those that have a more skeptical mind and are very skeptical about religious ideas, religious worldviews, and various theologies. And so I just sort of try to generate content, I guess along the same lines of what I saw in the video that Wes produced. I want to present a good community of people that you can be skeptical of different ideas, even my own ideas, because I have some ideas that most other atheists don't hold, and people are free to question me about those ideas and to disagree with me. I have a number of people that support my channel through the memberships that disagree with me on a number of topics, but we all can disagree reasonably and rationally. So we formed a pretty good community together.
Yeah, I agree. One of the things that I really loved about your videos is how you kind of incorporate your wife into things, and you guys have this really cool banter where you hear her laughing off the camera, and you guys are kind of going together with that. Was that always how it was, or did it just kind of suddenly happen? And has your wife ever been on camera with you?
Yeah, she's been on camera with me before, and she's on the channel. There's a few videos where it's primarily just her. She's not on camera for those videos, but her picture's on screen. But she's got a number of sort of today I learned type videos where she just has some kind of unique piece of knowledge that she presents. She stopped doing those a while ago, but they're really good videos, and they're all on a playlist on the channel. And we also do a podcast together. The Daily Bible Podcast, where we're trying to read through the entire Bible, cover to cover, in a sort of a daily fashion. We've got this daily Bible that we read where it's cut the Bible up into 365 days. And then we've also got our Skeptic Mafia podcast, which is Skeptic Mafia, are the memberships over there on the channel, where we cover more political topics and stuff like that. And, generally, it's kind of, I guess, a situation where we both like to be around each other just all the time. And so whenever I'm recording something, she's right there with me, and she has a lot of opinions about the stuff I cover too. And so she generally, if she feels like interjecting, she will say something. So, and I more than welcome it. I love it whenever she does talk about her opinions for everybody to hear. So I guess I definitely love the fact that she likes to be around and listen to me while I create my content, but also very much supportive of her voicing her opinions on the topics that we're discussing.
Well, that's awesome. You guys definitely come across as being a very supportive and loving couple, and I think that's great to see. It's you only see a couple more atheist content creators who have their spouses involved or their significant others involved, and I think it's really great. I really like that about what you guys do. I'm curious, did you guys were both of you religious and kind of deconverted together, or had you deconverted before you got together?
Well, I guess we had deconverted before we got together. So I lost my faith right there at the end of the 2000s. And so I had already started my page and everything like that on Facebook, and I was busy pumping out memes and images and content for the Facebook page. And then she found the Facebook page, and she found me saying a lot of the things that she was feeling and thinking, and so it really helped her in her deconversion to see other people that were thinking the same things as her. And so she was just really grateful for the kind of community that my Facebook page provided, where she interacted with everybody, and we just sort of got to talking a little bit more over the years. And then she actually sort of stepped away from social media for a while and then came back, and that's where we kind of reconnected later.
That's cool. I think that's kind of cool. You guys found each other through this community. That's pretty awesome. So I want to make sure that I've given you time to kind of promote your channel, but I also want to promote our channel. Is there anything that you would like to say about Skeptic Haven and why people should support us?
Well, I mean, I have directly seen the value of, good skeptical communities supporting each other and everything like that. And if there's another community out there that's looking to build, the same thing or expand upon the current, secular community and give or skeptical and secular community, I think that that's always going to be worth supporting in whatever way that you can, because I know that's one thing that the atheist, I guess, community in general kind of lacks is this support. And I think the skeptic and secular community, needing all the support that it can get, I think that, anybody that hopes to build this kind of space is ultimately going to be beneficial. So it's always going to be a good bet to support these types of endeavors and communities.
Yep, absolutely. As you were talking about that, it was interesting. I was thinking about all of the current events that we are experiencing with. It seems like the political scene is just becoming so incredibly tied, not only tied to religiosity, but really the power structure is there, and so we need each other. We kind of need each other to help us get through these really tough times. Are you at all concerned about? I mean, like really concerned about what's going on with our country, the way things are developing, such as the guy who just got the speakership at the House Speaker and that sort of thing? Or do you think that this is just a moment in time and we're going to be okay?
Well, I mean, I feel like everybody can generally notice that Christofascism has definitely gained popularity in the religious right, as well as the conservative right in general. And I think it's only increasingly become the norm to be Christofascist. And the election of the Speaker of the House being that he's a young Earth creationist who's written for AIG, and the speech that he gave when he got the speakership, I feel like that should be alarming to people, because now we have a person that's the second in line to the presidency who believes that Christianity should be the primary religion, and that God created everything 6,000 years ago. Like, I feel like that should be worrying to everybody, and not just atheists out there, but also other religious people, because his version of Christianity would override like other versions of Christianity, like Catholicism. I know Catholics, they were the original ones back in the 50s or so that was leading the fight against prayer in school, because you had a bunch of Protestant schools out there, or I guess primarily Protestant schools, that were forcing Catholic kids to pray in a very Protestant way. And so the Catholics, they didn't like it. The Jewish families, they didn't like it. And so this should be a concern for everybody in the country, because I don't think that we should have magical thinking that's leading the way at all in our government.
I completely agree with you. I think you summed it up very well. It is very concerning. And I think that's one of the cool things about the atheist community that we have, the content creators that we have. I mean, atheists come in all different sizes, shapes, and beliefs. But the community that we have, I think, is very special. We really do support each other, and we want to make the world a better place at the end. And so I hope everyone continues to support us. Those who have. If you haven't supported us yet, please do so. Please go on to tinyurl.com/shfunds and try to help us out. Is there any final words that you want to say, either about your channel, the work that you do, or Skeptic Haven?
No, I mean, just both my channel and Skeptic Haven are looking to provide these kind of communities, and support both of us in whatever way that you can. Secular Haven probably more so than me, but definitely support these types of secular communities.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I want to thank you so much for coming on. You are, well, I want to be able to work with you very soon, because I've watched you for years, and I'm just really proud that you came on and were a part of this.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, sure. I'll put my email in the side chat there, and you can email me and we can set something up.
All right, great. Thank you so much. And hey, SR.
Hey, I'm back, which means the party's over. But the good news is we'll be bringing on even more cool guests. I have to say, folks, if you guys have never hung out for the Friday night streams that GE does, you cannot find a better place for community. I mean, it is just obvious how many people care about each other and are just joking around and hanging out and having a good time. I also think, man, you have one of the best intros ever, to your videos. And it so bums me out because I can't say "What's up, heathen?" Without sending you a royalty check or something. So you snagged one of the best intros ever, man. But you always have such great content. And again, thank you so much for being here and just, putting some support behind this awesome cause and community. So
I just appreciate being included, y'all, and being able to help support y'all. So I definitely appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much.
And a big hello to your wife.
Yeah, definitely tell her we said hey. And folks, sometimes people out there, they have troubles in life, and sometimes, unfortunately, the big man upstairs just isn't available to help you when you have those struggles. We're lucky enough here at Skeptic Haven that we actually have a little bit of a sponsor, so we'd like to show you a quick clip here to just help out whenever you have some of those unfortunate life circumstances.
Need flood insurance? We know a guy. Acts of God protection. Your policy coverage depends on the value of your property and damage to livestock. Extended coverage? Look also for plagues, famine, drought, and holy wars. Policy coverage? Only 2 goats or a virgin daughter.
Insurance is designated only for survivors. If deceased, reimbursement is void. Slaves and women may not collect from policy nor be insured under policy. Our insurance covers flood damage. Additional costs for life insurance will incur. Infant and elderly deaths not covered under certain circumstances. Ask for details.
Hello. How do you do?
Hey, everybody.
Hey, how are you doing, Aron?
You've lost GE and you're stuck with me. What the fuck are you gonna do? I know.
And the snakes are
We are so glad that you're here. And hey, Kaz, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, Sunny. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm so glad you guys came on today. And I'm so glad that you have your snake. It's funny, my husband and I were talking with our son's girlfriend, and she was asking about you. She had heard your name, and I had to pull you up on on YouTube to show her, and she said, you look like a oh gosh, what was it? She said a character from a movie, and now I can't remember who it was, but it was
I can
so
guess
cool.
who it
And
is. I can guess who it is.
Who's that?
It's the villain from Pocahontas, I would bet. Governor
It wasn't, but that is really good. That's awesome. But my husband was talking about your snakes and how you have a lot. Well, he said reptiles. He said you have a lot of reptiles. So I'm glad to see that you brought one on.
Yeah, we've got 2 leopard geckos and 61 snakes, so I think it's a little bit off balance.
Well, we're so glad that you guys are here.
Where are
Thank you for having us.
All right, so what are we talking about today?
All right, so I want to say, I said it before, so I'm a little lagging, so just bear with me, y'all. I want to start with you, Kaz. For those who don't know you, for some odd reason, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Okay. Well, I run the show Atheist Edge. That's the YouTube channel. I've been an atheist for a while now. I can't remember the number of years. I'm a Army veteran who got out of the military and used his GI Bill to go to college at a Christian college and realized for 100% certainty that he was an atheist. And that is a good summation of my journey so far.
Okay. I have a question regarding your outfit. If you replaced Jonathan Frakes' character, does that make you number 2?
Yes, it does, I guess. I'll take that. I'll be gladly number 2 to Jonathan Franks. The shirt, I made this myself. Like, this is just an old T-shirt, and I got this 3D pen that I got from Five Below, and I just printed this onto here. The everything.
Nice. I like it.
That's awesome. I'm such a Trekkie, so I love that. You, Aron, I can't imagine that anyone wouldn't know who you are, but I'm going to give you a little bit of time to say who you are for those who, for some reason, may not know.
I'm just this guy. I don't even have cool Star Trek shirts. Well, I've got one. I've got one Star Trek shirt that is a costume of Worf. It's
really, I would love to see
patch
with
and
that.
everything. Yeah, I wore it to a costume party once. It was just a T-shirt, but that's what I wore.
Yes, I see that all day. That works perfectly. I love it. And I've been next to you before. I know how tall you are. You would be a great Klingon.
Well, thank you.
Yes, you would. What's the drink that the Klingons always drink? Was it blood wine? Is that what it is?
I don't know what they drink. Right now, I'm having Avery Brewery's Mephistopheles, and it's a 15% ABV.
Lord. That's like real stuff right there. You're on your chest right now.
So,
right, go.
I'm curious for both of you, whoever would like to start, why would you support Skeptic Haven and our fundraiser to raise money to become a nonprofit?
Well, I think you just mentioned the Speaker of the House, did you not?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that a number of other people have brought up that this guy is a writer for Answers in Genesis. Has anyone mentioned that so far? Yeah.
Yep, GE sure did.
So you can see what kind of inroads the Christian nationalists are making. Third in line to the presidency. And we can't get anybody in Congress to admit to being an atheist. They don't have a problem being gay, but they won't say they're atheist until they're out of office. So
right.
Overton needs to move his damn window.
Absolutely. I would just say that I would continue with that and just continue to say that we have a lot of religious fundamentalism all around the world these days. And it's not just America, it's all around the world. Supporting a community like this where outreach goes far beyond just, our borders here in America. So I know Skeptic Haven loves to reach out to everybody. And there's a good place to speak to somebody if you have questions or doubts. You want to have any kind of discourse with somebody in person. This is a good place to start there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much. By the way, Kez, where can people find you if they want to see more of you and Atheist Edge?
Oh, sure. Well, you just look at YouTube, Atheist Edge, it's right there. It's the @Atheist Edge thing that they put out recently, so that works just fine. I'm on Twitter sometimes, and all the good stuff. I'm also on Discord occasionally.
Yeah, Twitter hasn't been good for a long time.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm out of
things.
it. I don't know. Yeah, that's right. X, that thing. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah,
Thank you for reminding me.
Oh, no problem.
It still
I
says
wish I
Twitter
didn't
in the
have to.
URL too. That's good.
Isn't that
Can't even
something?
get
Yeah.
with it.
So, how did you deconstruct, or were you always an atheist?
Me?
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. So I began deconstructing. It's been a long process. I usually refer to the time when I was in Iraq as the big shifting point for me, where I really lost any kind of faith. But then I was still trying to cling on to it, and that is why I pursued that degree at that Christian university, so that I could take courses specifically from people who were Christians. And it was around the time I started looking into atheists online, like people like Aron Ra, who was pivotal to my change, where I would hear their claims, people like Aron's, and I would wonder, as a Christian, this can't be true, right? Like, Christians would know this. They would, so I went to the college and I found out from professors the same exact things I'm hearing from Aron and Matt and everybody else. You guys know this stuff and you're still believers? That just blew my mind. So that was when I totally wrote it off and became an atheist.
That's a very good point. Aron, I want to ask you, tell me about your books because when Kaz said that you were a big part of his process, I've told you numerous times how much I love your book, one of your books, and so tell me, can you tell the viewers about your books?
Well, the first one, I didn't intend to write a book, but the publisher approached me at a humanist convention and asked me to take my foundational falsehoods of creationism series and just adapt it to a book format. And they wanted to publish it. And so, of course, I agreed to that. I was dirt ass poor and was able to, I'll take any incentive because I needed all the help I could get. The reason that I did the original series was that I got tired of seeing the same fucking arguments over and over and over again. There's no transitional species, there's no beneficial mutations, blah, 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 that evolution is just a theory, not a fact. I got tired of hearing that same shit all the time. So I decided to address those arguments. And I'd had this argument over and over again on Usenet. And I would add little bits to it, and I just put it into a Word document. Why retype all this stuff? I'm just going to cut and paste to the same person that I talked to last week. Oh, the person I had talked to last week was you. Why do you have no memory? We had this conversation. Why the fuck don't you correct your errors? That's where that started. And I'm still mystified as to how someone can maintain a belief. We had this discussion today. I don't know if you're aware, I do the Blasphemers Bible study this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a Christian, a believing creationist, read Numbers 31. This guy read in his own voice where Moses said, "Kill all the little boys and their mothers, but the little girls who haven't had sex with a man, you may keep alive for yourselves." And we needed to explain to this guy what he just read. And he said that we were adding stuff, that it didn't say that it couldn't have meant that. I'm like, whose voice read the text? But there's some people that they are so committed to defending a belief and to justifying that belief that even when God comes out and admits to being involved in child sex trafficking, you can't admit that that's what you just read.
Right. Yeah, your brain shuts off. It just kind of has the mind blow emoji. It can't handle that. I find that extremely fascinating.
The same guy. We had a discussion a few weeks ago where I had to show him Numbers 5, where God endorses abortion, where God allows that you can, if you're jealous of your wife, you're suspicious of your wife, you can force her to get an abortion against her will, and with no greater justification than your own insecurity. And God not only endorses that and allows it, but he participates in it.
Mm-hmm.
And to get a fundamentalist Christian to admit, well, in the unlikely event that a woman in this condition would be pregnant, what do you mean unlikely? This is very likely, but let's just give you that. Let's just say that occasionally the woman is pregnant. Not always, but sometimes the woman would be pregnant. So this would leave her bare. This would be an abortion. And you go, oh yeah, well in that case, that would be an abortion. But he wouldn't admit that means that God allows or endorses or participates in abortions. How do you make that admission and not realize what you just admitted?
Right. Absolutely. This is off topic, but I have to ask you, does that snake ever bite you? I'm watching you talk and the snake is like it's close to your face and I'm like, oh God, please do not bite him on camera.
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about him biting me at this stage. He's only he's 6 months old and 4 feet long.
Aww.
And
how many bites do you have?
Now, what's that?
How many bites do you have?
Bites do I have?
Yeah.
I've been bitten by but 2 or 3 of our babies. So only the babies ever get bitey. Yeah, well, my bull snake completely missed the tongs, like by a foot, and bit my ankle, bit my my knuckle, and wrapped around my hand, which is funny. I wish I had a picture of it because the tongs, the little mouse is on the end of the tongs all the way out here. I'm like, how the hell did you miss so badly? You know, you need corrective lenses.
Right.
But this
my
is a
goodness.
reticulated python, and when he gets big, there can't be a mistake like that.
Right.
Because getting a bite from these things is bad.
Well, I'm very glad that he is not at the stage yet where he will be biting you. So
But he's
we're
very,
almost.
very sweet.
No, he looks sweet. He just makes me nervous when he gets right up to your face.
He
So
is
I know
very
we're
much like
about
a puppy.
with SR coming back on. I know that means our time is up. So really quickly,
Already?
I wanted to ask.
Donate.
I know. I wanted to ask you really quickly. Why should people support Skeptic Haven?
Well, you need the community, as other people have pointed out, and I get messages, regular emails from people looking out for how do I connect with other like-minded people, and they usually are reaching out to me from areas where there's not a physical connection available, and so online communities are super convenient and very helpful in those cases.
Absolutely. And you, Kaz?
I would just say that it's a lot easier to connect with other people. It's a good way to broaden your horizons as far as getting more content and more topics out if you are a creator like me, and getting more networking opportunities. Skeptic Haven is like a hub for a lot of skeptic creators here, so it's a good place to start out.
Definitely.
Thank you
And
so much. Thank you both for coming.
Seriously,
Thank you.
both of you
Really
have
appreciate it. Please
have
donate.
all kinds of incredible content that I have been watching for years. I can't tell you the myriad of different debates over on Atheist Edge that I have watched and rewatched. The systemic classification of life, I've probably seen 3 full times through, man. And I just love pointing people towards it. You guys are absolutely phenomenal people in this space, and thank you so much for being here. I gotta real quick before I kick you off and bring on the next awesome guest, guys, I have to update you. We are almost at $600. Thank you so much, everyone. Wow. We've got people like Cindy Plaza, Jason, Neil, the 604 Atheist Farron, all giving $100. Guys, that is so amazing. Thank you so much. And to everyone else, whether it's Oz or Andrew or Jay Bundy, you guys are the freaking lifeblood that helps keep this going. So seriously, thank you so much. And guys, remember, it's so super easy. tinyurl.com/shfunds. And yeah, again, you heard it. You heard it from the horse's mouth, man, from Kaz and Aron. Donate. So again, thank you guys so much for helping us out and giving us some of your valuable time. I guess it's time to kick you out, and we'll bring on some of the other cool guests.
Thank you kindly.
Hey, Mandisa, how are you doing today?
Oh, hey, Sunny, how are you?
I am
doing
good.
well.
Awesome. It has been a hot minute since we have been on together, but I am so glad that you came on. I've missed you, and I just want to thank you so much for taking your time to come on and help us at Skeptic Haven.
Absolutely, I am, and thank you. So I miss you too. I'm glad to be missed, to be honest. I was backstage and looking at Aron hold up that python, and I was looking away. I'm just like, oh my gosh. Snakes are one of my least favorite species on this planet, but you know, I'm just like, oh. But
well, I'm okay with them from a distance, but watching the snake, every time it would go like, come up to his face, I'm like, I can't look away. I'm actually on live. I can't look away. Please don't bite him.
yeah, that's
so.
But
how have you been? What's been going on with you lately?
Yeah, so been very, very busy building back BN. We've kept our programming going. As a matter of fact, we were tabling at an event earlier today. It was called A Taste of Southwest Atlanta, over by Greenbrier Mall, predominantly Black neighborhood. One of the main organizers is a BN member, and he invited us to come and table there. And we got some good engagement. Some of our members came out. It was good to see them. And getting ready for the cruise next week. We're doing BNCCon 2023. So we're preparing for that. And we also just finished, I also was a part of the Freedom from Religion Foundation's convention a couple of weeks ago, where we performed Godless Gospel again. Myself and Cynthia McDonald and others, which was fantastic. So, and we're actually getting ready for our end of year, like fundraising and just doing some more strategic planning, working on just really, working on some really good things over at Black Nonbelievers, and just appreciating that we can also at the same time still help support platforms like Skeptic Haven, because the times that I have been on the channel, I found it to be very productive and just very good to connect with y'all. And I appreciate the work that y'all are doing. So it's good for me to be able to jump from the event that we had earlier to this one and still be a part of this fundraising effort.
Well, thank you so much. I want to kind of give a little plug really quickly for you, because I'm as you know, I'm one of your patrons, and when you did the non-believer gospel thing with freedom from religion, you put that on your for your patrons on Patreon as sneak peek into that, and I fell in love with it, and I felt privileged because I got to listen to it before it went public. And
yes,
if you have not heard that, please, you got to hear that, and please become one of Mandisa's patrons as well, because she does some awesome things, and we want to support you as well. So I just want to thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you. And also, last weekend, this is a major thing. Last weekend, I attended the premiere of the God Talk documentary that is presented by the National Museum for African American Culture with the Smithsonian. And this was a 5-year outcome of interviews that were done by the museum, and we were included in that. It's based around 7 Black millennials who have different religious backgrounds, and they include an atheist, but they also interviewed me and also another one of our local members here in the Atlanta area. So that documentary is the public debut of Black Nonbelievers as part of the Smithsonian as an institution. So we provided the blueprint for what Black non-religious community looks like and what Black atheist organizing looks like. So I'm very, very proud of that. We have become part of an institution now as Black Nonbelievers, which is good for the community at large, because now we have folks that can point to say, hey, there are, our perspective is represented here, and this is the organization that does this work. And when I tell you that, it was just the director said, "You're all up in this film," and I was just like, "Really? Wow!" It was amazing, and I think they did a really good job of being, of leveling out the perspective. They didn't paint us in a bad light. It was like the challenges with the church that everyone had was discussed. So, and I was glad that they included the atheist and humanist perspective, and the fact that Black Nonbelievers as an organization was included in that was just an honor. And it really speaks to, the work that we do. And I really appreciate, being able to, help support platforms like yours and to be featured on that, because it helps all of us. They're going to be taking the documentary nationwide very soon. They have another virtual streaming of it tomorrow night. So it's through the is through the museum's website, and I can link y'all to it. I can link y'all
Oh,
to it later.
absolutely.
But yes, if y'all want to tune into that and see what it looks like for, for BN to be to be represented in this way, which is what we're looking for, right?
Mhm.
We were, we talk about how challenging it is. I'm linking it in the chat right now. How challenging it is, especially for Black atheists in particular. So to have that, to have the Smithsonian reach out to us and to be a part of that, it's history making. And I'm very happy for those who were featured in it, and it was just a great thing. So I'm really, really happy about that. It really speaks to the work that we're all doing. And I have a feeling that, there's going to be more to come in the future. So, I had been kind of teasing that around for like a year or so, because we had donated materials to the museum. So they have our stuff in their archives, but now they have it in a public, documentary that they
Wow.
featured. So it's like, yay.
That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. I'm so happy for you. It's wonderful to see you getting the recognition that you really do deserve, because you've been a force to be reckoned with. You're making inroads in a way that I don't think many people would ever think that first a Black woman would be able to do. And so I'm just so incredibly thankful that you've been given those types of opportunities, that you put your voice out there in such a way. And it's doing so much for all of us in the atheist community, but especially for minorities in the atheist community. We're all minorities in a sense,
Yes, we are.
as far as atheism.
Yes.
But then,
Mhm.
to have minorities and then an atheist, that's a lot. That's a lot. So
Yes, it really is. And the most important part of that is now, I mean, we've already been building our content both online and in person for 12 years. But what's really good about that is now there is an institution and an organization that everyone recognizes,
Mhm.
and that is huge. And now to know that we are featured in that is just, it's really amazing. And I'm feeling really, really good about that. I'm feeling good about what this means for the future. And I think about when, what we're working on still and growing as an organization, this can only really help us more.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as others have talked about, we're living in a really strange time where rights are being stripped away faster than we can blink our eyes. It's just
Yes.
unbelievable. And so we
Hmm.
really need each other. We need every one of us coming together. We may not always agree on everything, but we
Right.
need each other. We need each other. I think GE said it great about that. We don't have to always agree, but we need each other.
Right. And we always need to be applying that humanism, that skepticism, everything that makes us who we are. And it doesn't have to be perfect. All of us are still working through things, as I document even in my journey on my Patreon. But the thing is that as we continue to work together and try to help each other, it can only make us better, and better than a community that tries to simply shame anyone. It's
Right.
always, we can show that we are better, as people than that. And I just
Right.
I really encourage everyone who's watching to support Skeptic Haven, because I love the fact that y'all have the women's program. Y'all have Cynthia on there. Y'all have
Mhm.
Jenna on there. I know you're on there. And I really, and it takes, people don't realize that online content and any community building, whether it is virtual or in person, it's a lot of work. It is
Yes, it is.
a lot of planning. It is a lot of putting details together, and that deserves support. It doesn't just magically happen. These are things that you really, really have to be intentional about. And if you have not been someone who, if you haven't done these things before, it's not that you can't learn it, but it really does take a lot to put these things together, and it does take resources in order for them to continue. So I do encourage folks to support your channel, and support the work y'all do, because it's amazing.
Well, thank you. We feel the same way about you. You're awesome, and I can't wait to work with you again soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's so good to see you all.
Black Non-Believers is one of the only organizations out there doing the things that it's doing. And so it is always so wonderful to see you and other people that are involved in it. Will, Judy, Cynthia McDonald, so many other people just doing some incredible, incredible work. And thank you so much for being here, Mandisa. We appreciate your time. I know in your experience, you have had some awkward moments talking with believers. Am I right? Some
Even
a little
today.
bit. It's just some
Even
uncomfortable
today.
kind of weird moments. So before we bring on our next super, super cool guest to keep this awesome fundraiser going, we've got a little video for you just in case you ever have those awkward moments, folks. Here's kind of a way you can deal with it.
For all those awkward moments, try a smirk.
Packed with fresh roasted peanuts, peanut butter nougat, caramel, and milk chocolate.
I'll get me through to lunchtime, no worries.
That was horrifying.
Oh my goodness. I felt like that girl at the end.
Yeah. There's an Australian in there, right? He's like, he'll get me through lunch.
Yeah.
G'day, mate.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, hello, Eric, David, and Ember. How are y'all doing today?
Hello.
Truly a blessed
Fantastic.
evening.
A blessed evening. Oh, law the devastation. So I'm going to go around really quickly. Eric, why don't you tell anyone that may not know who you are for some strange reason a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, hey everyone, my name is Eric. I run a channel called Skeptics and Scoundrels. I'm pretty new to the online atheist scene. Well, I'm actually about a year now. I still feel very new. I'm still very green behind the ears. But yeah, so I make counter-apologetic content. I do various shorts and collaboration projects, live streams. I've done one with David. I've done one with Ember. I've done one here on Skeptic Haven. And yeah, so I'm just having fun doing what I do, and glad to be here and support you guys as you make this push for a nonprofit status.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I have to say, I saw you the other day on Jimmy Snow's show when you did the call-in with him, and
Yeah.
you had some doozies. The people, I mean, it was like all the crazies came out. Y'all handled
That
it
was a
so
fun
well.
one. Yeah,
Whew.
that was a fun one.
Yes, it was. So, David, tell us about you.
So my name is David McDonald. I'm a former Pentecostal youth pastor. I spoke in tongues and laid on hands and did all the kind of fun stuff. We didn't do the snake handling in Australia though, but now I'm an agnostic atheist. I run a channel called Deep Drinks, where I have deep conversations with over a drink of the guest choice. And sometimes it's alcohol, sometimes it's not alcohol. But what I've found is that Bible scholars tend to drink heavy liquor, which is very interesting. So yeah, that's essentially what I do. Have deep conversations over there about religion, philosophy, and human rights. Yeah.
Well, we are so glad that you're here. You know, you really do have to have some hard liquor to get some of that crap down. Just saying.
Yeah.
So, Ember, tell everyone about yourself.
Sure. So I also, like many people here, run a YouTube channel. I'm a Better Than Ember, and mostly do counter-apologetics, science when I can get away with it. But in addition to that, I also run a nonprofit in New York State for LGBT people. And so I understand how difficult it is to get a nonprofit going, how expensive it is. And that's one of the reasons this fundraiser is so very important, because we need community. We all need community. Many people have talked about community. And Skeptic Haven is one of the very few, if not the only, skeptic community that is based primarily online instead of, say, in a city or somebody's for-profit business, something along those lines. So having it as a nonprofit, very important.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that. In my real life, I run a nonprofit, and I can tell you, it is a lot of work. And we're really excited about this, and what it's going to mean for our community moving forward. So. So I really want to get back to David really quickly, because you said that you spoke in tongues and you laid hands on. Now, I only do that at certain times of the night. So I want to know about that. Tell us a little bit more about this wonderful thing called laying hands on and speaking in tongues. Exactly how did that work?
Well, first of all, everyone should lay hands on the like button of the stream and subscribe if you haven't, and lay hands on the donate button, because those are very important. No, I was just part of a Pentecostal church, and we would pray for people, pray for healings. There's the most, I think, the best example I always give is one time we were at a prayer meeting, or I wasn't actually at this one, but I saw the aftermath of it. But we'd have small group prayer meetings, and my friend had a neck brace on, and they had broken neck. And they cut it off mid prayer meeting, and his broken neck was there. And then they prayed for it, and then they dug their knuckles into where the broken bone was to show that there was no pain, and to prove. And this is just like a group of maybe 5-10 people in a house up here on the Sunshine Coast, to prove that it was healed. Great, and he was healed for 2 days until he got rushed back to emergency with an even worse broken neck. And we were all trying to work out, what was it? I'm thinking in my head, was it the sin in his life? What did he lust over someone that morning? What was the thing? But I grew up in a very, I was probably more extreme than the average person in my church and my beliefs. I remember when I was first a new Christian, a friend's relative died, and I literally, I'm so glad I didn't ask, but we prayed for her, and she died, and I was shocked. I was shocked because I was like, but we prayed, so how could she have died if we prayed for her? And I'm so glad I didn't ask, but I was a new Christian, and I almost asked, can we pray over her body? Because I was just so convinced of the truth of the religion that I was a part of. So yeah, it was wild.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
He's
goes to
really
show
lucky
how it
he
can
didn't
be
become
dangerous.
paralyzed.
Yeah, that's true.
It's funny how when you're religiously minded, or your brain's been pumped so full of miracles and New Testament magic, essentially, that you completely skip over the most obvious explanations. Like, your friend's neck was broken, it was still broken, that's why he went back to the hospital. But you mentioned that you went to, was there a sin, was there something else? You went to all the religious reasons, completely overlooking the obvious natural explanation that was right in front of you. That's a really common thing we see whenever we see people kind of rationalize their beliefs into existence, or to justify why something happened. They tend to overlook those natural causes and go towards the supernatural.
Magical thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, what really gets me is the sense of blame. I don't think you recognize when you're in the middle of it that you're putting an incredible amount of blame on the person who is hurting in that moment. Whether it's a broken neck or something else. If something goes wrong, it's like, what sin did you commit to make that happen? It's unbelievable. It's very sad. Ember, have you ever had any experiences like that?
Sort of, yeah. In the military, I was a chaplain, and most of the chaplains are mostly secular-ish, non-denominational Christian, but willing to talk to anybody. But there were a few who, whenever somebody got injured, they say, well, you do deserve it. You're a sinful monster, and whatever happens to you, that's what you deserve. I'm like, you can't tell that to people. Come on now.
It's unbelievable. But it does show why we need the communities that we have now. And all of you doing the great work that you're doing now, we need that. We need each of us together to first of all, counter all that weird stuff, but also to kind of heal. We do. We have a whole lot of work to do. So what would you say? Just kind of shout it out. I know we don't have a whole lot of time, but I'm so sorry. I want to talk to all of you guys so much more. I have all these questions for you. But if you guys would, what is the most fun that you've had on Skeptic Haven, and why should everyone hit that donate button? We'll start with Skeptic and Scoundrels.
Yeah, I've had 2 great interviews on your channel. I've had an interview with producer Wes on his private channel. Through Skeptic Haven, I've come into contact with other like-minded, counter apologetists, skepticists, and atheists, and it's great because that's one of the reasons why I started my YouTube channel, is because after I deconverted almost 15 years ago now, and I was like, I don't really have people that really kind of appreciate what I've gone through when I was younger. So starting the channel was a part of just reaching out and trying to form a community or find a community. And yeah, through Skeptic Haven, I found producer Wes, I found individuals like Maya and Dr. Tapioca Weasel, and Ryan, and it's great. So yeah, just it's an ambitious channel. It's got numerous projects. And yeah, it's just great. It's kind of just a great cornerstone of a community that I'm slowly becoming a part of. And I really appreciate kind of that service you've offered me. So yeah, it's a great channel.
Fantastic. David?
Well, the thing is, like, that I think one of the hardest things for me deconstructing is I would find these things and I'll be like, oh my God, like there's this problem in the Bible. It has slavery in there, or like this is contradiction here. And I would run to my Christian friends, my pastors, and I would bring them these problems, and no one cared, and no one wanted to talk about them, or they would be dishonest. And I felt that was one of the most isolating and heartbreaking experiences, is realizing, like, was I in this like thing, this like cult mindset that I couldn't actually talk to anyone. So I wish I found your channel, or the channel was around when I was deconstructing, because communities like this where you're able to talk about these issues, able to talk about the Bible, able to bring up things, and it's not this harsh place or a militant atheist or anything like that. It's more, there's a whole variety of different shows that talk about human values and the Bible and stuff. So I wish we found, like, I had something like this when I was deconstructing, and I would just binge. I think it was the Atheist Experience over and over and over again. That was my little refuge. But to actually have a community where, like, you've just got such a vibe. Like, look how many people are on this stream, for crying out loud. Like, it's just, there's been so many awesome guests today, and I just think it's so important.
Thank you so much. And Ember?
Yeah, so I've only done one show on Skeptic Haven so far, the call-in show last Sunday, but it was a ton of fun. We got to run through a bunch of arguments, a bunch of science, and that's a thing that I don't really get to do often enough, so I really enjoyed that. But, that's just one of the many shows here on Skeptic Haven. And to build on what David was saying a little bit, shows like the Atheist Experience are great, but you're an audience member. Here, you're a member of the community. You can meet all these wonderful people. You can connect with all these wonderful people, and you can contribute in a way that you're able to contribute. And that makes a lot of difference for a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, I can agree with everything that you guys have just said. I think for all of us, the Atheist Experience was that safe haven that we found, even though we did feel kind of outside of it. We were more, like you said, spectators, but we still found something that that you couldn't find in the real world. You outside. It was kind of my thing. I would listen to it on the way home from work because I am so inundated with religiosity all day long, and it's like, so the whole way home, which I live about 30 minutes away from work, 45. And so that's what I would listen to. So I feel exactly what you guys are talking about, and not being able to discuss, like David said, the things, all the questions that you have, you can't discuss them. Even bringing it up is an affront. You can't, just asking a simple question is like you're attacking them as a person. And here you're able to have those conversations with like-minded people and with people who don't agree with you, but in a safe place. And so I want to thank you guys for coming on and helping us to kind of get the word out. Really quickly, what do you guys have going on? Where can people find you, Eric?
Again, my channel is called Skeptics and Scoundrels. It's on YouTube. I have a presence on Twitter, Blue Sky, and also Threads. I don't use Twitter very much anymore because it's just how much of a dumpster fire it's become. So you can still connect with me there, but I'm not going to be posting anything there. I'll be posting on some other platforms. But yeah, upcoming projects. I have a few things in the pipeline. One is got my next video nearly done. It's going to be on the topic of falsification. Actually, 2 videos after that. One's on falsification. The other one's a hard response to a creationist scientist, a doctor, or has a master's degree at least, doesn't know what falsification was after asking him. So going to explore that. And so it's one of my favorite questions I like asking in other streams. I say, hey, you make this claim. What's your falsification criteria for it? And you'd be surprised how many times you get just the most bogus answers. And then
falsification.
Yeah, like what is I appreciate when they do say that. What is falsification? I'm like, I can appreciate that answer because you don't know something until you ask and know about it. And then for long term, I am going to be starting a weekly live stream here fairly soon, focused around street epistemology. I detail are still in the works, but that'll be coming up here very shortly, and I'm going to be doing that every week. So
sweet,
fantastic. And David?
Well, I have some awesome guests coming up. We have a 100th episode coming up, which I'm planning some exciting stuff for that. Some out of the box kind of stuff for that, which would be cool. I might bring on a bunch of people for that. That'd be cool. But the next episode is with Derek Lambert of Myth Vision, who was one of the first guests on today's stream, and Gnostic informant Neil. And we're going to have when we get together, us three, it's chaos. And then Dr. Jennifer Bird is after that, talking about marriage in the Bible and her new book. So they're the 2 next upcoming streams.
You mean slavery? I'm sorry. And Amber, what's going on with you?
Sure. Well, like I said, I'm at Better Than Ember. If YouTube doesn't bring it up, you can find all my links at betterthanreligion.com. Because I'm on the road at the moment, I've got preloaded content coming up. The next thing is one that I'm super excited about. It's my favorite video I've done so far. It's about the Shroud of Turin, and that comes out on Halloween night.
Ooh.
Okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Sounds awesome. And SR's back, which means we're getting booted.
That's it. That's what's happening. I gotta bring down the hammer at some point, unfortunately. And y'all are the ones. Yeah, I know. It's depressing. It's depressing for me too. It hurts me more than it hurts you, right? That's what they say. Well, folks, thank you so much for everyone that has been hanging out with us so far. We know it's already been a couple of hours and you guys are freaking champions for sticking with us this whole time. Eric, Ember, David, thank you so much for being here and volunteering your time for this super duper awesome cause. And Sunny, we always love you here, girl. We're so happy that you're a part of this team and helping making this space just more inclusive for people. You are always so wonderful. And I hate to kick the 4 of you out, but at least I'm going to do it with some badass music, okay? Does that make it a little bit better, y'all? Is that at least something?
It does.
All right. Well, before we bring on our next host for the hour, a wonderful, wonderful person who I know everybody here knows and loves, let's have just a little bit of a metal break.
You a mad scientist behind them tables,
Pay
man.
no attention to that man behind the curtain.
Monster from its slab began to rise, and suddenly, to my surprise, He did the Monster Mash. It was a graveyard smash. It got on and flash. He did the monster from my laboratory in the castle east to the master bedroom where the vampires feast. The ghouls all came from their humble abode to get a jolt from my electrode. They did the mash. They did the monster mash. The monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. They did the mash. It got on in a flash. They did the mash. It got on in a flash. They did the mash. It got on in a flash. They did the mash. It got on in a flash. They did the mash.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the third hour. I think that we're starting at the third hour of our Secular Haven fundraiser. Thank you for all the people who have showed up so far. I am, I suppose, your host for this particular time. I'm Cynthia McDonald, one of the women Atheists Unload, last time I checked. And I am on with some really cool people right now who's going to talk about themselves and why you should give to this channel. To my immediate left, we have Miss Deborah Grace. How are you, Deborah?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Not too
Awesome.
shabby. Good to see you. And then to my upper left-hand corner, I have Thomas Westbrook, also known as Mr. Holy Koolaid. How are you this evening?
Fantastic. It's so good to be here. I appreciate you guys
Oh.
having me back on.
Oh, well, thank you for actually coming and agreeing to be on with us. Thomas is, I don't know if it's morning, evening, like extreme morning where you're at right now.
It's 2:15 a.m.
Oh my gosh. Sir, thank you. Thank you for, calling the after 2 hours after midnight and 15 minutes with us. So we do appreciate you coming.
It's all good. I'm usually a bit of a night owl anyways.
Oh, well, and I'm the one who's always craving sleep. So, but again, thank you for coming on. And then also we have Mary born Amish. How are you today, this evening?
Hi, I am pretty good. I got tea, so, tea always needs to be spilled.
You know what? I am interested in you spilling the tea. Matter of fact, if you don't mind, because I know that we all come on and we talk about ourselves and we also talk about why we are, because when we're on this channel and on our respective channels, we are activists. And there's motivations to why we do what we do. So Mary, because you're the person that I'm actually unfamiliar with. So could you tell us a little bit about you, about what you do, and what is the motivating factor behind what you do?
You might want to grab onto your bonnets, drink a little Kool-Aid with a little whiskey, have a brandy old-fashioned.
Nice.
It's kind of crazy.
Come on now.
So Deborah knows. I'm sure Thomas doesn't know, and I'm sure you don't know. But so my name is Mary Byler. I was born and raised Amish. I was born into an Abe-Troyer Amish settlement. I went on to live in 4 other Amish settlements that were all old order and of varying degrees of community rules. In 2004, I escaped my Amish settlement that I was living in. I reported the abuse that I had experienced. There were 5 people in my immediate family that were arrested and prosecuted. And that's when I started speaking publicly against abuse within Amish settlements. I've been doing it for a long time. Obviously, I started in 2004. It's now almost 2024. February 16th, 2024 will be my 20th Liberation Day. And part of the reason why I do what I do is because after I reported the abuse, the church didn't follow their own rules. They put me on the bond and shunned me, and I have been shunned for almost 20 years. And when you grow up in an insular, isolated community who speaks English as a second language, part of what can happen because of the culture being so different is that when you exit that, you can lose like a sense of community, you can lose a sense of support, and it's very isolating to try to navigate into a different culture and learn all of those cultural norms, some of which will never go away. So in 2021, I founded an organization called the Misfit Amish, and what we do is we help bridge cultural gaps, partly by providing podcasts, blog posts. We've collaborated with other organizations to create printable resources that are available on our website for download that also encompass the language barriers because of ESL. And I'm currently working on a research manuscript about child sexual abuse within Amish, Mennonite, Anabaptist, and other religious communities. Oh, and in 2022, I was in a documentary series called Sins of the Amish, and I published a memoir called Reflections and Memories of an Amish Misfit.
Wow, that is amazing, Mary. Is there a way for any person to actually view the documentary?
It's on Peacock TV.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know a lot about Amish. I knew that there were a few that was kind of had like enclaves in the areas of where I went to school, because I went to school in Central Illinois, and sometimes I would see like Amish people coming to like maybe the local Walmart, or but I also understand that there may be more communities of Amish people that are more insular than others. So it's I find it like very fascinating, and I know that that's definitely a community that like a lot of people don't know a lot about. They just maybe say, oh, they just draw horse and buggies, and they have and they may speak like a Germanic language to themselves.
We called it's like Pennsylvania Dutch, but it's a specific dialect, and every settlement may have different variations. Like people in Pennsylvania, they might speak different dialects, like even in different settlements, because I lived in 3 settlements in Pennsylvania, and they had different dialects. I actually escaped from a settlement in Wisconsin, and by the way, when I was 5, my biological father was unalive. He was killed in a tragic car buggy accident, along with my uncle and my 7-year-old cousin. And when I was 12, my biological mother remarried to a widower from Wisconsin, and so we ended up living in Wisconsin. That's where I escaped from. I actually have 9 stepbrothers, 5 stepsisters, 8 brothers, and a sister. There's only 20 like something of us.
Oh my gosh. Is that like...
Some of them live in Illinois, for the record.
Okay. Is it mostly just like in like central and southern Illinois? Do they have most of their settlements?
And they have like Macomb, Arthur, all kinds of them. There's literally, they're all over.
Is all of your family still in the Amish community, or have some of them broken out?
I have 2 brothers that are not practicing Amish, but they're still very religious.
So would you say, can you give like an idea of like how you're able to help people make that transition from being in these insular communities and then being able to find themselves out, including resources that they could possibly get?
Well, number one is like being able to sit with them and understand and help translate what people like. For example, so I didn't know what the first time I was asked for an ID, I didn't know what the officer wanted. I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? And in one of the ways that we can help is literally by giving language, because language does matter. Another thing is oftentimes we can connect people to resources that they might need for their specific situation that they're in.
So I'm assuming that there may be resources to not only like housing, mental health support, and maybe even like maybe like IPV and like abuse support as well.
Abuse. A lot of what we do actually ends up being abuse support.
Wow.
Important communities.
It's very important. Mary, thank you so much for sharing, and thank you for the work that you do. I'm a social worker, so like any person that's actually like, you know, being able to put themselves in
Oh.
play. Yeah, that my heart is like big for you. So thank you so much for the work that you do.
I have a question for you, knowing that you're a social worker.
I'll do my best to answer it.
Will so the research manuscript, like can I talk about that for a minute?
Sure.
Because
If you're comfortable.
One of the things is that, so by and large, the people that responded were either they were born or joined in or raised Anabaptists by and large. There were people that were not Anabaptists that did respond as well. However, the language, for example, because we had asked people if you were taught that child sexual abuse was a sin, what was it called? Can I give you some of those definitions?
Yeah.
Because first it started off with like sexually abused, child sexual abuse, incest, rape, molestation, molesting children. Those were all like, we considered them as being like more accurate terms. But then other people indicated they were taught varying other terms that can and may be used to describe sexual assault, but they're not inherently indicative of the severity, and they may lack specificity. For example, wrong, child abuse, sex act, fornication, lust, defrauding, tempting, temptation, tempting a child, sin, improper behavior, immorality, immoral behavior, sexual immorality, perverts, sodomy, dirty, sins of the flesh, illegal, inappropriate touching, inappropriate behavior, mortal sin, evil, demonic, the devil's work, porneia, misconduct, wickedness, bad touch, unject, generic abuse, bad stuff, and other people even said there were no words for it. Do y'all have any of that kind of training?
As far as like working with people who may be traumatized and or victims of sexual abuse, I have some. Even though like the population of people that I've worked with now are senior citizens, but the population that I worked with previous to this this particular organization that I'm with were mostly people living with HIV, and I had a lot of trans patients. So you can just bet, especially when they are living with HIV, may not necessarily have housing. They're going to, a lot of them were like sex workers in order for them to survive. And so we did our best to like provide resources, but there was always, you know, a particular resource to deal with people who were dealing with, you know, interpartner violence, and also dealing with like trauma from, you know, abuse that has happened from their childhood. And a lot of it was just being able to create safe spaces for people in order for them to be able to talk about some of the issues that they were dealing with at that particular time, and even how it could even affect the their now. So my position mostly was just being that ear, and also just like being able to provide resources and get people support in order for them to be able to get the help that they need. Because like a lot of times when you're dealing with someone who is dealing with trauma from sexual violence, it's like the wraparound services that mean the most. So it's therapy, it's making sure that the medical resources are there. It's also even making sure that other social determinants of health are being addressed as well, like housing, like food, like, you know, all these different things that, you know, one may need in order for them to be, I don't know, human. So that is like, it's super important to be able to, you know, have like those particular resources available. And you know, Mary, hopefully we can get like some of the producers to you know, connect us, because maybe we can swap, you know, more and talk more about resources, especially to help people that you are connecting with in order to help them transition to normalcy as much as possible.
I'd really love that. Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you so much. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I think I'm just going to go in order. So I'm going here. And I think I'm pointing to the right area. Thomas, I know that like everybody and their mother knows you, but for those who probably have escaped that, won't you talk a little bit more about yourself, what you do, and why you do it?
So my name is Thomas Westbrook. I have a YouTube channel called Holy Koolaid, and I started it back in 2015 and went full-time in 2016, essentially taking complex topics related to pseudoscience, the world of scams and cults and religious extremism, and I tried to break them down in digestible bite-sized videos, often animated, to explore how the world really works. How can we know what we know? How can we know what's true at all? And to maybe spread a little bit of knowledge about critical thinking and about how the scientific method actually works beyond just the basics that you get in high school. And as I started kind of sharing my own deconstruction journey, my own way of processing these ideas and figuring out what was and wasn't true, it just caught on, and the audience kind of found me, and the YouTube channel took off. And like I said, in 2016, I went full time, but it wasn't really profitable at all for a long time. It kind of took a while before it was breaking even. And then right around 2018, we decided, me and several other YouTubers and content creators decided that we wanted to have like a fan meet and greet. And so we organized the first Faithless Forum conference that we then continued year after year and brought other content creators together so that we could share ideas with each other, so that we could meet and connect with fans and inspire other people, maybe get new content creators to be inspired to start their own channel and get their own voice out there, whatever medium they use, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, or something else. And it was a place to share ideas, teach workshops on, how to do video editing, how to do marketing, how to communicate ideas, how to think critically and spot logical fallacies and things like that. And that's continued to grow. I'm actually looking at hopefully bringing it back this next year as well. But it just gave a lot of content creators who weren't necessarily speaking at other conferences to find a place where they could come together and network together and work together, collaborate, promote each other, and also inspire each other. And in addition to all of that, I've done a lot of public speaking at conferences. I've traveled around, tried to build a community, and right now I'm in the process of actually working on a feature-length documentary on faith healers, because I've been doing a series exploring kind of the dark world of faith healers and how a lot of these people who claim that they can cure your cancer or make you be able to walk again or get rid of your arthritis pain or whatever it is, they'll tell you that you're healed. They'll pray over you, and it can be incredibly powerful in the moment because you have the power of suggestion. You have someone laying hands on you, and you feel like the surge of endorphins, and you've got all the adrenaline, and it has its pain-numbing effects, and the oxytocin, the dopamine hit that you're getting, the anticipation, the power of suggestion, the placebo effect. All of these things are culminating to make you feel like maybe you're healed. The pain diminishes for a brief moment. You have this surge of adrenaline. You're able to kind of get up and hobble around out of your wheelchair for a few minutes. Then you plop back down.
Yeah.
But then when they tell you that you're healed, a lot of people will act on faith, stop taking their medical treatments, and within a few months, some of them are dead.
Yeah.
And what I found is just
very harmful.
A mountain of body bags behind these major faith healers. And in addition to that, I've seen scam after scam after scam of them basically working people for millions of dollars and promoting things that oftentimes are 100% scams. But I can't make direct accusations against specific faith healers without risking being sued, but I can share the news stories and show the evidence and let people come to their own conclusions. And I'm hoping that by creating this documentary that really shines a light on all of this, that if if it gets featured, I'm trying to eventually get it pitched to like Netflix or HBO or some various like larger scale platforms that are more mainstream. And that will be a resource for people to then share with their ultra religious family members and say, look, this is a widespread thing. There is an absolutely massive amount of financial fraud, as well as a huge amount of scandals. And like this stuff doesn't work, and it's extremely, extremely harmful. So that's my current big project.
Thank you, Thomas. I don't know.
Trick or treat.
Right, can get a little bit to Miss Deborah so that people can get introduced to her. Then you guys chill really quickly so that we can find you, and then gotta go. All right, so go ahead, Deborah.
I am the author of Crucifying the Bible, and I love Thomas Westbrook, so I'm a little fangirling over here. I am so grateful to be a part of this community. Few people know that this web YouTube channel was my first book interview, and so I've got some loyalty there. I am mostly on TikTok these days, trying to expose the Christian mindset. I just had somebody say that if they were commanded, they would unalive a baby. Another one that said if they were commanded, they would buy a slave. This is a clear and present danger to society, and I am working very hard. This is why communities like this are so important. Please go help this community. Anything is helpful. It's communities like this that have gotten me through the worst year, one of the worst years of my life this past year. So just keep doing what you guys are doing. You guys are making a difference. Love you.
And we love you right back. Thank you so much. Guys, I think that like all of you, Seth, you can tell me everyone's URLs are in the descriptions below, correct?
Yes, I believe so. And we have been posting them in the live chat as well, folks. So please, if you don't know any of these three incredible people and their stories and what they've done, please go check that out, because every single one of these guests on screen right now is a massive boost to this community as a whole. So thank you all so much for volunteering your time. And I'm so sorry that I have to come on and like kick everybody out and like change everything over and stuff. I don't relish it, but I'll be honest, the power has gone to my head just a little bit.
Really? We were just spilling the tea. Why you gotta rain on our parade?
Can I just pipe in real quick and say to anyone who is just now tuning in, who's not sure what Skeptic Haven does, I think that if anyone is curious, one, go watch their other videos, but two, what you'll find here is a community of people that do a huge service to the skeptic and atheist community. A lot of times you feel incredibly lonely and isolated when you deconstruct, when you leave your faith, when you leave religion. I know I did. I felt very alone, and it was because of various shows on YouTube that are doing exactly what you guys are doing that made me feel less alone and made me feel like be able to kind of deal with the post-deconversion depression that comes when you lose a community. And so I appreciate what you guys are doing. If anyone wants to donate to them, I know that any money that's given to the show is going to help it extend its reach. It's going to help it grow. It's going to help you guys to do a lot more with it. But this isn't just one person's channel. Skeptic Haven has a ton of volunteers behind the scenes. They've been doing this for years now, and it's a good cause. So
definitely. And thank you all again so much. Seriously, we know you're all very, very busy, and we greatly appreciate your time. And again, I'm so sorry I have to come on and kick you out, but I'm going to do it, you guys. So thank you so much. And we're going to bring on the next incredible guest, and I will get the heck out of here so you guys don't have to deal with me anymore.
No worries. Thank you, Secular Rarity. Yes, Sec had to go ahead and tell me Todd had to come on so I can tell everybody else to shut up. But next up, guys, guys, this is my niece Phoenix. She's co-hosting with us this evening.
Hey, Phoenix.
Hey, Phoenix.
Say hi.
That's more than all right with me.
Nice. Okay, so next we have Jay, and I know you, Miss Maya.
Yes.
Yes. So, so I'm going to go ahead and have Jay first, if you don't mind, just introducing yourself. Who are you? What do you do, and why do you do it?
All right. I am Dr. J. Bundy. I am an evolutionary biologist. I currently teach and do research at the University of Minnesota. I host a YouTube channel called Pocket Locker 86. And yeah, we just do a lot of community building and trying to draw the connection between kind of what goes on in the atheist community and the bigger picture. I like what the previous guest said, that we have to deal with a certain mentality that's currently a threat to our humanity. And I feel like a lot of times people are really struggling. And so they're looking for community, but they're also looking sometimes for that community that's there for them, that's willing to fight for them, that understands like it's a lot of stuff going on right now. So, we try to focus on the politics, the social issues, the interpersonal issues. But just like Miss Maya, we love to have a good time, and we definitely try to entertain the community and just be there for people. So love it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we need to talk. See, this is one of the reasons. I know, but
you black girls in the community that's not been on my channel.
Well, well, Maya, it ain't like you don't know how to contact me, whatever. But
I don't know. Like every time I talk to you, you're like, oh my God, I'm so sleepy.
I just showed the reason why.
Yeah, she's not faking
I get it. I don't believe she's faking it. But I'm going to take her personally, because it's funny.
Wow. Well, okay, well, Miss Take It Personal, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the wide audience? Who are you? What do you do? And why do you do it?
All right. My name is Maya Adkisson. You can find me on all the things at Maya, right here, at Maya Adkisson. Let's see, what do I do? I'm mod everywhere except Skeptic Haven.
She was like, everywhere that matters.
Right.
She throwing this. I'm just getting the salt out there on the table, yo.
Right. It's like, chicken. How much more we got to put on the meat real quick? Thanks, Maya. Continue.
And I'm never coming back again, so I enjoy the face.
Crazy. Oh my gosh.
I know. So yeah, no, I'm spicy. I don't let you're not allowed to have a bad thought around me. You need to know what you believe and why. And so that's what I do on my channel. I like to challenge a lot of social injustice, and I like to challenge a lot of science misinformation. So and a lot of people think, it's like, well, you should have two channels for these things. And I'm like, no, this is all due to misinformation, people seeing things, whether it's a meme or just hearing things from, your friends or family, and just accepting it because somebody you trust says it's true. And I push back on that. Like, well, how does that make sense? And so that's what we do a lot on my show. Every Sunday we have a show called Bad Science Sunday, where I partnered with Dr. Tapioca Weasel, who's my co-host. He is an IRL physicist, so he can verify science and make sure I don't do the science misinformation. And, my thing is always about having fun and winding down and just letting loose on Sunday, getting it all out, because on Monday we start the whole rigmarole again. And, at least one day a week, you got to let your hair down and just laugh.
You know what I got to say?
What's that?
We have made that transition from Sunday was the day as a theist, and now we're making Sunday the day as atheist. So I host two podcasts on Sunday afternoon, one with Uncle Bobby from Gin and Truth on YouTube called The Blackout, and then another one called Hot Program. And then Maya's doing Bad Science Sunday with different guests every Sunday night. So we have a good time on Sundays.
That is a good day. Also, bringing Sunday back.
Look, it's real colorful up in here, and that's wonderful. But if they're gonna let us do this again, y'all gotta y'all got to donate them funds. So don't think, click the link. I dropped mine in the plate on the way in. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Let's take care of this organization, gang. So please donate.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I did actually see you on Uncle Bobby's TikTok not too long ago. And I was like, who's the person in the green hair? Interesting.
Yes.
I must know more.
Only BJ.
Well, now you know.
You're right. Now I know. Yes.
Every time all this is mine.
Yes. Yes. I say the same thing. I bought it.
Exactly.
Prove it.
You already
know. Hello. Don't play around. Don't play. Shoot, that's what I'm talking about. Well, guys, thank you guys so much for just coming on. I mean, like, first off, it's like very refreshing, and I'm just gonna say it because I'm unapologetically Black, as Maya should know. That it's wonderful to actually see articulate Black people actually on the interwebs, and especially evolutionary science.
Yes.
I had a hard time getting that out due to lack of sleep.
It's okay.
But
it's okay.
In my mind, I already had the word there. It's just the tongue that got tied. Yes. So it's wonderful that you are actually out there talking to the young people and being able to tell them why creationism is bullshit.
Yes, and we do that in my class, and it's really wonderful to see my students kind of have that experience, and they go on the right papers about it or start talking to their family and friends. It definitely gets very exciting. Are we getting kicked off already?
Oh my gosh.
I know he is.
Right.
He the man that come get you off the stage with the hook.
Right. Secular Rarity is our Sandman Sims, but everybody make sure that you all are following Maya at Maya Adkisson, and her URLs are in the description below. Also follow Professor J. That's who you are
Thank you.
and forevermore. And his URLs are in the little interweb boxes below. And then actually follow this interweb as well, because we're all here giving.
Yes.
Donate. Click the link. Yes.
Right.
Yes. And then click your credit card, and then whatever type of apparatus you use for monetary giving. Okay, thank you guys. I love you. Bye.
Thank y'all so much. Bye.
You guys. I hate to kick them. I gotta say, Jay and Maya have done such an incredible job of building communities on their channels and spaces. If you have never gone and hung out with them, you absolutely have to do it. It is a wonderful time every single time. So this is what's so great about Skeptic Haven, is we get to interact with all of these incredible people who are doing amazing stuff. I mean, Jay's a doctor. He's got a PhD, you guys. How freaking incredible is that, right?
It's evolutionary science.
It's nuts.
What the hell?
It's absolutely crazy. You guys must go check out all of these wonderful guests if you haven't already. And before we bring on the next fantastic round of people, I have to give you guys an update, because we have just crossed a milestone, folks. We are over a fourth of the way to our goal because of your amazing donations. Thank you so freaking much. We are that much closer to incorporating and being an official 501c3 nonprofit. So thank you all so much. And again, that link is in the description. It's in the live chat. It's super easy. tinyurl.com/shfunds. Now I'll shut up and let you talk to the next super awesome people.
Yes, let us talk to let us talk to the next super awesome people. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we got Miss Cindy Plaza, we got Alma, and we got Teo.
Hi, Cynthia. How are you? It's been such a long time.
I know. Oh my gosh, it's been a minute. It's been a minute for all of you. And Alma, I think that I met you like maybe one time, like on Teo's channel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. One time I was
Yeah, awesome. Okay, please don't do that to the microphone.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan. I have seen you in nonprofits, and Thanks so much.
Well, thank you so much for you all coming on. We guys, look, we are international. Matter of fact, I believe that all of you all, in some places, some way and form. I know Cindy from way back in the day. We've been, dealing with each other since we were gamites. But but I believe that all of you all, in some are contributors to Global Atheists. Is this correct?
Yeah, I haven't contributed in a very long time, but originally, yeah.
Yes.
Don't worry, you're not the only one.
Yes.
Things have happened.
Yes. No worries. No worries. But you know what? But that's okay. You're here now. So everybody, quickly, before Secular Rarity comes and Sandman sends you off of the URL channel, let's go ahead and introduce everybody, say who you are and what you do. So Cindy, I'm going to go ahead and start with you first, please.
So I'm Cindy Plaza. I'm French. I'm living in Belgium. I've been working on atheist content since a little bit before the pandemic. I've been dealing with religion and critical thinking and science and all that since 2010, but online on video only since the pandemic. So yeah, that's my area of knowledge. I'm not going to say expertise because I can't say that, but it's critical thinking mostly. I worked a lot on this, and of course I like to talk about how we can fight discriminations.
Mhm.
Because every single discrimination is based on a false information, and false information are fought with critical thinking. So that's my approach.
Right on, Cindy. I love it. And I was kind of one of your guinea pigs for your critical thinking course. I think we need to get back into that again, to be honest with you.
Sure.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, well, Alma, I am coming to you. Please introduce yourself. Tell us who you are and what you do.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, I am mostly in the channel of Nuestra Experiencia Atea. I'm usually just creating content like for feminism, and with Theo and Mark Peralta, who is the other channel of Apostate of Mine. We try to we have been dealing with the Bible for a year now. All the content is in Spanish, and I joined it because I started to notice that all the misinformation started to flood the internet in Spanish, but there was not really a content that will talk against it. So that's why when I heard about Theo starting the channel, I joined it as a volunteer.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Alma, for doing what you do. And I think it's like really important, especially when we're talking about fighting misinformation. I remember watching a story, and I'll try to keep this really brief, on the news. It was like a video, and it was talking about COVID misinformation and how a lot of misinformation was being spread through WhatsApp, through different groups like family groups, and they would send memes and videos and all this other stuff. And to the point that people were actually taking these memes and these videos. I do apologize, there's a bunch of kids here today. And they were believing like a lot of the stuff that, people were saying. So I think it's absolutely critical. And especially since it's sometimes difficult to be able to get information that's correct in one's own language. I really appreciate what you guys do. And speaking of appreciation, I'm going to talk to what are you portraying?
What are you doing?
Yeah, Taylor, what are you dressed as now?
It's just my Halloween costume, and yeah, it's quite awkward to be the only one with a costume, so I'm really sorry. Let me change. I'm just going to take out this makeup and let me change my clothes, and I can be myself back right away. It looks awesome. I know, but maybe people don't really know me much, and I like this shirt, this hoodie, because it says Nea, my channel.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm me again. Thank you so much. And let me piggyback on what Alma is saying. My channel, when I started, it was mostly about talking about atheism. Now it has evolved to talking about atheism and fighting against misinformation for the things that you were saying, for the job that Alma has been doing with us. And I think that it's quite important to fight against misinformation, against lies, and having people who know about that, having experts who can come here, tell us in general why the misinformation that is going around is misguiding and it's dangerous. So I really do appreciate all the help that Alma has been lending me, and her own section in the channel and so many other things. So thank you, Alma. You're awesome.
No, thank you so much.
You're awesome too, Cynthia.
Aw, thank
And
you.
Cindy, of course. Even if people want more love Cindy more than me, you're still awesome. It's not your fault that you're lovely, Cindy. Don't worry. I totally understand.
Jealousy is bad for your heart. You know that?
I'm burning in jealousy.
Even for a cartoon's heart.
Yeah.
What's written at the bottom of your plant over there? I just can't.
This is a joke that I stole from the Atheist Experience. It's the Prophet Muhammad, and it's a plushy cow that I have in there.
A plushy cow from Muhammad. Jeez, Louise. I also really do love the banter between Teo and Cindy. I think it's absolutely awesome. Your back and forths are just epic. I personally think that you need to work on like just a segment on either's channel, just doing that. I don't know how you're gonna work it out. I'm just making suggestions.
It will have to be Cindy's channel because I haven't heard her Spanish, so.
Are you kidding me? I went to your show and I spoke Spanish once.
Oh, that was a Spanish?
I don't remember. You don't.
That's so mean.
Oh, the shade! Oh my goodness! All the sun just went out of the room because it got so shady.
How dare you?
Sorry, Cindy. You let the ball in there. I had to kick it.
Oh my gosh! Jeez, I felt that. I felt that deep down in my proverbial soul.
It's been a very long time since I haven't laughed that much at 3 a.m. in the morning. So yeah, you're right. I tried to speak Spanish. Ish.
Try. That's a word. Yes, I agree. No, actually, for people who don't know about us, it was one of the best moments ever. Cindy, actually, she was one of the first person who. Actually, Cindy was the first person who interviewed me in English when I was just starting. And actually, Cindy, that time it was the first anniversary, and you were the first guest who joined us. And you went there and spoke in beautiful Spanish, of course, you know that. And yeah. I appreciate Cindy a lot, people. So don't think that we are kind of attacking each other. I mean, we are, but because we love each other. If it's not mutual, you will break my heart, Cindy.
It's
definitely mutual.
It's the sibling rivalry in atheism and whatnot. So yes, it's absolutely. No, I love it. And I've been I'm personally trying to practice more Spanish myself, Teo. I don't know if anybody saw, I put a post up on Facebook completely in Spanish because a woman who was delivering my my Uber Eats order was didn't speak a word of English. And I was like, and that's my face. I was like, okay, let me go ahead and pull back all my Spanish vocabulary that I have learned over the years and see. And even though I'm horribly out of practice, but we were able to communicate to each other in Spanish. And, I have to tell her that I had 2 orders, not just one. Could you please Give me my child's oatmeal. I need that. And I was like, I told her I had a second order from McDonald's, and then she said Mexicano. I said no, no Mexicano, it's McDonald's. And she said, "Oh, perdón, man." But no, we got it cool. But guys, thank you all so much. Real quick, why don't you go ahead and tell folk where we can find you? Yeah, Cindy, go first.
So I have a channel that's been slipping a little bit in the last year or so. It's called The Path to Reason. I'm also sometimes on Skeptic Heaven, mostly on Women, Atheist, and Load. Most likely next week I will be on the talking show with Senichel probably. And you can find me also sometimes also on the nonprofit.
Yes, my fellow nonprofit.
With Theo.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes with Theo.
We're waiting for the next one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed. Okay, go ahead, Alma Show, please.
Okay, well, sometimes I also am here in Skeptic Heaven with Women's Atheist Unloaded, and but most of the time I'm every Sunday on Nuestra Experiencia Tea with Theo and Mark Peralta.
Nice, thank you. And Theo, last person to shill, por favor.
Yeah, I will keep that in mind. Well, follow me, my hoodie people. You can see this beautiful logo around, and you can follow me. Well, if you know what, if you want to practice your Spanish and you can have those amazing experiences just like Cynthia had, go there, practice your Spanish at Nuestra Experiencia Atea, which is a show where as I said, we fight misinformation, we talk about atheism. Lately, I haven't had shows because things have been happening in life. I don't have time to do anything at all, but I keep streaming on Sundays when we read the Bible, then we read the Quran, and then I'm having a bingo game talking about fallacies made by apologists, and then we just have random people joining us and talking about whatever they want to talk on live stream. So yeah, you can have fun in there if you want. So everybody, you're welcome.
Yeah,
Yes,
so much fun, and the Quran reading with all the misogyny and threats.
It always sounds fun reading the Quran. Okay.
Oh, the Quran and the Bible, you read them historically and their cultural context, and wow, yeah. And we are doing that every Sunday. So people, if you want to hear about those in Spanish, you are more than welcome to join us.
Lovely.
Hello,
Okay.
Star. How are you?
Yes.
Hey!
We got
I'm here to
SR
ruin the party once
yes,
again.
This is what SR does.
that is it, but
secular. Secular. They said that I'm not the favorite. Can you believe that?
It blows my mind, man. Honestly.
Can you change that? Am I your favorite?
Actually, before I answer, Theo, I've got a clip here. We've got to play.
Let me get back to you on that. Let me think about it.
Right. I'll wait. I got about an hour or so, and I can let you know. But seriously, thank you all so much. You have all been such wonderful supporters, not only of Skeptic Haven and this community, but the community, of all of us non-believers, atheists, agnostics, and stuff, just the world over. And the three of you help remind us on a regular basis how, even though it is terrible here in the United States, a lot of times we've seen a lot of things just absolutely regressing 500, 1,000 freaking years.
Trillions.
It's absurd. But I can't tell you how incredibly valuable it is to hear from the three of y'all, because you remind me that this fight is a global one. It is one that we have to cross borders on, because if not, we're just going to see religion rear its ugly head again. Even if we make progress in the US, it doesn't change anything for Western Europe. It doesn't change anything for South America. And so you guys are on the front lines of that, really, really making progress. So even though I'm kicking you off, I love you all so much, and I greatly, greatly appreciate you.
He lies.
You know,
Thank you so much for the encouragement.
you came on a little bit different, a little bit out of sorts, you know, and you know, some people might be wondering why that was, and I think this video next, before we bring on our next guest, this video might shed a little light on that, folks. So if you've ever had this experience, know that there is a way out.
Better?
You're not you when you're hungry.
Wow. Okay. That was a lot. That was a lot.
Oh my goodness! At first, I thought that was a video to explain the manosphere, but that's not the show.
That could have worked, actually. Yeah. Jeez.
Oh goodness! Thank you. Well, thank you again, Cindy and Alma, for coming on. Looks like that we have retained El Ateo, and we have Brent Lee.
Hey.
Hey,
How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Very good. Just hanging in there.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you for hanging with us. And thank you for coming on to Skeptic Haven's anniversary. No, it's not anniversary. It's our way for us to raise money so that we can become a 501c3. So thank you. Yes. So thank you so much for coming on, Brent Lee. So please, if you would tell us, who are you, Brent? And what do you do? And why do you do it?
All right. Yeah. No, my name is Brent Lee. I do a show on YouTube called The Punk Apostate. And I was raised like super conservative. My parents like homeschooled me and everything. And so yeah, I was just very, very sheltered, you know, very much like kept away from literally everything. Like, and also had like a lot of fears of demons and stuff like that, and the end times and all that type of stuff sort of pushed on me on a regular basis. So what I do with the show is I watch people that have those types of beliefs. I call it Fundy Tube, you know, because it's like all the fundies, you know, the fundamentalist extremists really. And they I'll just make fun of them, you know, Mystery Science Theater style. Nice. I think it helps. Like, honestly, I know it's like people are like, oh man, you're being kind of mean. But like, first of all, I'm very playful, but at the same time, though, these fears are real. You know, these mess with people's heads, and it's like, I think laughing at this type of stuff kind of removes that power. You know what I mean? Those fears and anxieties that were just kind of shoved on you that half of them don't even make sense. Yeah. You know, and so you know, as a child, you're growing up, that stuff sticks with you even after you deconvert. You know, you start like, oh yeah, these are silly fears to have. They're still there somehow. It's like they're still kind of in the back of your mind, even, you know, just the remnants, I guess, of them, not necessarily the belief leading to that fear, but just, you know, stuff left over from all the anxiety and everything that you had growing up. And so it's a good idea, I think, just to laugh at the type of stuff that caused it in the first place, to kind of remove, you know, walk you back out of that, you know.
I think it's actually like a healing mechanism, you know, to use laughter, especially in the face of like dealing with such trauma. I mean, like, because religious trauma is real. I mean, even though like I didn't get into fundamentalist holiness per se until that's the best way I can describe it.
That was good. I'm totally right there with you. I got it.
Glad you're feeling me, Brent. But I didn't become saved until I was 18, and then I kind of traverse into that area, and then it took me actually leaving and kind of like looking back to realize like a lot of things that we were taught, and even like the kids that were in that environment were harmful, and so it's good to be able to kind of like expose those churchisms and also that really harmful church hierarchy that can really be detrimental in people's lives. So thank you for that. Teo.
Yeah. Hey.
Nice meeting you, Brent Lee.
Nice to meet you. How you doing?
I wanted to say, Secular didn't accept that I was his favorite, but for a reason, I am the only one who stayed. So gotcha, secular. Don't worry, it's between you and me. And
Teo, would it hurt? Would it help if I tell you you're my favorite?
it helps a lot.
Okay, there you go.
You're my favorite Teo.
You're
Of
my
all the
favorite
Teos, you're my
Of
favorite.
all, yes. of
All the Teos are around.
Yes, all of them.
Thank you. Please increase my ego.
Number one. That's
I love you, people. No, I wanted to add to what Brent Lee was saying that, when I talk with Aron Ra, one of the things that has been with me since then that I can't forget about is how he explained to me that people who have been extremely religious, they have PSTD, this thing that soldiers have, and their brains get so affected by it that, they keep having nightmares, they keep having fears. And in my show, I have interviewed people. I remember a guy who was, he was still a teenager, like 19, 18, and he was an ex-Muslim. And they also have the same version of hell that Christians do. And he didn't believe that Allah was good. He was afraid of Allah, and he was extremely afraid of the hell that he was going to be sent if he left his religion. So he didn't believe anything about it, but the only thing that kept him in there was the belief, or not even belief, the fear of hell, because he was terrified of the awful things that were going to happen to him if he stayed.
Right. Yeah, it's weird that like the fear like that will keep you wrapped up in it. It's like I always say it on the show, like if you think about it like this, it sounds so obviously manipulative, but you don't think about it when you're inside of it, right? So if somebody comes to you like, hey, believe the thing that I want you to believe, and if you do, then you get to go to a magical amusement park in the sky that's made of gold, and all your friends and family will be there for all eternity. But if you don't believe the thing that I want you to believe, then you're going to be tortured for all eternity. Now, it happens after you die, so you can't check. I'm not manipulating you at all, though. This is totally not manipulative. Like,
Right.
it sounds so obvious when you put it in the right terms. You know what I mean? When you just kind of show it for what it is. But we don't think about it like that when you're from within it,
Yeah, well, I think that a lot of times they're using the other things in the environment to kind of prime you. And they're kind of like repeating these same tropes over and over and over again, to the point where, and if it may be crap, it's still pushed as true.
Right.
Even and in church, you're not taught to think critically. You're not taught to question. In actuality, it's quite the opposite. You are taught to basically absorb information and take it at face value.
Yep.
And if you question it, it's a problem. This is why we have people that have been shunned. This is why people have been disfellowshipped. This is why people have lost communities and even family members because they didn't want to 2 seconds ago drink the Koolaid, right?
Right. Exactly. And I think everybody nodding along, that kind of helps too. You know what I mean? Like when you have everybody validating it all around you, it almost reminds me of like, when there's that person that was drinking the O'Douls at the party or whatever, everybody else is getting drunk and they're like, man, I feel great. This is awesome. And they're like, dude, there was no alcohol in that. And they're like, oh, what? I swear I'm drunk. What? I'm having fun too. What? It's
Right.
just that being around everybody doing the thing. It's like, I feel the Holy Spirit too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think that's exactly what happened to me. Everybody else is doing their glossalia, and I didn't learn that word until I became an atheist.
what is it? Glossalia?
Glossalia? It's
Glossalia.
basically the technical term for speaking in tongues.
Oh, there's a technical term.
Yeah.
I have learned something new today.
Yeah, I learned it. I learned it from one of the shows. I think that either Thomas's show or maybe the Atheist Experience, maybe some other atheist show. Yeah, but yeah, that's the tongue talking. The ra ba ba sha sha.
Hey Bobo, that's the
Right,
the
right.
Bobo one.
He coming in the Cadillac, he ended up in a Nissan. All that. Yeah.
I would think it would have been tongueology, but that sounds too sexual, probably. So
yeah,
that's
that's a different show. not that we kink shame here. We sure don't.
Oh, no,
Yeah, your kink is fine with me. But no, but yeah, glossalia. And so yeah, so like, people, I mean, just think about it. Like, I don't know how they did it in your church, but I remember, like, if people who desire to be filled with the Holy Ghost, they would come to the altar, and then somebody else who is like filled per se comes to you, and you're like all bent over at the altar, or you crying and shit. And then somebody sitting there screaming in your ear, out of your belly.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Jesus, say Jesus, prime me your head. Jesus. And sometimes like they breath stink too. So you was just trying to just get them away from you. And I'm just like, okay, yes, I'm speaking in tongues now.
I feel it. I totally do feel it. We can back up now. We can back up. I do it. It worked.
Please go away. Yeah, but I mean, like, look, I think that's like the example of like, making it funny. But
Right.
yeah, but at the same,
Yeah.
but at the same time, like, I know that I thought I was filled. I thought I had the Holy Spirit. I thought, the power of God was residing inside of me and empowering me to do great and awesome things. And yeah, that's what I thought.
It's funny because like, I was the same way. Except, I mean, at our church though, we had like, it was weird. I guess there's some like rules that Paul puts down in as it applies to like speaking in tongues.
Right.
So we have this rule. It's like if somebody speaks in tongues in public, right, you got to wait for a translation.
Yeah.
And this was the most awkward, like 20 minutes sometimes of just like somebody would stand up and be like, ah, blah, 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 and like, okay, well, this person's not supposed to be speaking in tongues unless there is a translation, because otherwise that's just a noise. So somebody got it, and everybody's just looking at each other like, do you got the translation? I don't think so. You got, where's Bob? He usually has the translation. Bob have them? No. And finally someone will be like, I think you were saying that Jesus is cool and stuff. Like, hallelujah. Like, all right, good. We can move on. We're like, oh my God, thank God. That was like anxiety I've never had in my life. That was cringy.
Yeah.
Waiting for that.
Guys, whenever I talk with you and I join this type of conversations online, I get more and more scared of the USA. Wow, that's how churches are over there, eh? Interesting.
Yeah. But Tay was not just here. Like, that's a global phenomenon of like churches that are coming up that have like that evangelical influence. Now, kind of like how like the rest of the world became Catholic. Evangelicals are doing the same shit. They're doing missionary, going to different countries, establishing.
Oh yeah, we do have those here, but they don't speak in tongues. That is something that I learned only watching American programs. In here, they don't do that.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, that's fascinating.
That is fascinating. I mean, like, so I know last year I was in Belize, and they actually had a Pentecostal church there. They spoke in tongues, but some of them didn't. And some of them would say they would be like what you said, Brent, follow the the Apostle Paul's edicts, and if you don't have an interpreter, you don't speak in tongues, but some of them do. And then you have like a bunch of churches in different countries in Africa that do follow that. I mean, but they are kind of more extreme. I see more of like a mixture of ancestral worship and also evangelical shenanigans. That's the best way that I can put it. So yeah, I mean, but like, yeah, but regardless of any of that, I think that actually talking about this stuff and why it's fake, and even pointing out the the behaviors and what's priming these things it's extremely important. So thank you so much, Brent, for doing what you do. Now, before Secular Rarity shows up and kicks you off, I feel him in my shondo all on the back of us. So.
He's breathing behind you.
He really is. He really is. Go ahead and tell us how we can find you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Just if you search on YouTube, just go to YouTube and search Punk Apostate, and I'm the only one. So I was surprised to find that out, which was.
And one more thing, Brent. Tell people why it's important to give to Skeptic Haven.
Because we need this 501c3, because we're going to be an international version of the ACA, right? We're going to be the global one, all right? We're going to be the skeptic haven for the whole world instead of just one little city and one state. Come on. We're better than that.
I got it in, Sec. Ha!
You did. You made it. You made it with just enough time to spare for me to come on and kick everybody off again. That's what I'm here for. Yeah,
We love you too, Secular.
unfortunately. Yeah, I love you guys. I am so happy to know all three of you. And thank you all so much for everything you do, not only for this channel and you know, just kind of the community as a whole, but each one of you are just a joy to be around. You guys always make these streams fun. When I say all of that nice stuff only to make me kicking you off screen a little bit more palatable, honestly.
Sure.
Like
Gracias,
I'm so
hermano.
sorry. Yeah.
All right, now get the hell out of here. Go.
Yeah. Like, be gone, shit.
Seriously, thank you so much, you three. I really appreciate you guys coming on. And unfortunately, we are at that time, folks. So I'm kicking them all. I'm getting them all out of here. The good news is you won't have to deal with me too long. But before we bring on our next amazing host, a woman you all freaking know and love, I am going to remind you of why we are here, folks. We are here because Skeptic Haven is seeking nonprofit status to further our mission of providing educational and informative content for skeptically minded individuals and fostering a supportive, inclusive space for those who have left religion. So with your help, we can continue to provide a welcoming and safe alternative, promoting great secular humanist values. And again, folks, we are over a quarter of the way there to our goal. That $2,600 really helps with all of the crazy startup costs for incorporating a 501c3. And thank you so much to absolutely everybody who has donated so far. So before I bring on our wonderful next host, Stephanie, and the wonderful guests that she's going to be talking to, let's just play that video one more time to let you know what Skeptic Haven really means to a lot of us.
This is Wes with Skeptic Haven. I created this channel with hopes of creating something new, not hateful towards religion, but pro-science, pro-rational thinking, pro-philosophy, pro the things we are without religion, caring about humanity, caring about issues that affect women, and being allies to those that are oppressed globally.
The colors in the flower evolved in order to attract insects to pollinate it is interesting. It means that insects can see the color. It adds a question. Does this aesthetic sense also exist in the lower forms? Why is it aesthetic? All kinds of interesting questions which the science knowledge only adds to the excitement, the mystery, and the awe of a flower. It only adds. I don't understand how it subtracts.
I should like to say two things. One intellectual and one moral. The intellectual thing I should want to say to them is this. When you are studying any matter or considering any philosophy, ask yourself only what are the facts and what is the truth that the facts bear out. Never let yourself be diverted either by what you wish to believe or by what you think could have beneficent social effects if it were believed. But look only and solely at what are the facts. That is the intellectual thing that I should wish to say. The moral thing I should wish to say to them is very simple. I should say, love is wise, hatred is foolish. In this world, which is getting more and more closely interconnected, we have to learn to tolerate each other. We have to learn to put up with the fact that some people say things that we don't like. We can only live together in that way. If we are to live together and not die together, we must learn a kind of charity and a kind of tolerance, which is absolutely vital to the continuation of human life on this planet.
The equation E is equal mc squared.
Some part of our being knows this is where we came from. We long to return. And we can, because the cosmos is also within us. We're made of star stuff. We are a way for the cosmos to know itself.
If we are not able to ask skeptical questions, to interrogate those who tell us that something is true, to be skeptical of those in authority, then we're up for grabs for the next charlatan, political or religious, who comes ambling along.
With help, I've created a wonderful and diverse skeptic community with the purpose of helping one another in this world. We may be born and die alone, but we don't have to live alone. We're a safe haven for those needing safety to live their life as themselves. Something many are unable to do with religion and superstition that goes with it. Dare to be skeptical.
Okay.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going? Can you guys hear me okay?
I got you, David.
You got me.
Lovely to see you. I was half expecting SR to jump in here and introduce us all, but hey, here we are. We can introduce each other or whatever. So why not start? I'm Stephanie Helms. I've got a little thing. I'm going to be with you for an hour. And regrettably for you guys, you poor sons of guns. So enough said about me. I'll probably talk about my ugly ass later on. But what we have here are two amazing guests here to support Skeptic Haven. And David, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us who you are, where you are, what you do, and you can leave why you do it, and can be you do it for fun. I mean, whatever.
Sure. My name is Dave Fitzgerald, and I'm an author and atheist activist and public speaker. And it kind of scares me how long I've been doing it, actually. Since the 90s, I've been doing all those things. I'm probably best known for my book Nailed and the trilogy Jesus Mything in Action. And I'm working on a new book as we speak and hope to have it out by the end of the year, called Playing God, A Evolutionary History of World Religion.
Cool. And Cease?
Yes, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. So I have a YouTube channel called Axioms on Trial, where we discuss philosophy, theology, science, politics, and things of that nature. I also am completing my master's degree in philosophy. I already have my bachelor's in philosophy. I appreciate you having me on. That's about it.
So maybe I could ask both of you guys, what brings you into the atheist space to present content and share things with people? And how do you see Skeptic Haven as being an important part of that community? I wonder if you could maybe just talk about that a little bit.
Sure. As for me, the online secular community is just so much bigger than anything it was when I first started being an atheist activist. It's for so many people, it's the one lifeline that they have. Maybe in real life, they have no connection to anyone, atheist or secular, though, of course, that's changing all over the world, largely because we're all so connected now. And I'm delighted to be here for that. I'm delighted to see all this internet connection for that.
And for me, pretty much the same thing. I've been an atheist pretty much my whole life, but only within the last few years I've really become a part of this community. Probably one of the first communities I can say I really have felt a part of. So I appreciate that, and I think what you guys are doing at Skeptic Haven is really great. I think you've had a lot of really interesting guests, And I hope to continue on this journey and be able to make more content and collaborate with like-minded creators. And just the other day, I had somebody come into one of my lives that I was doing on my TikTok account, telling me that I was instrumental in their deconversion.
Wow, that's great.
And that to me is like kind of one of the highest compliments I can receive. To know that I was able to help someone in that way, really motivates me to continue doing what I'm doing. So, yeah.
I totally agree. That's what makes it all worth it. On those days when we were beating our head against the wall and thinking, why do I bother? There's just so much out there that's just antithetical to everything we stand for. And then you get an email like that and it makes it all worth it.
I wonder, just pulling out topics out of my hindquarters. What do you feel? Do you feel more of a challenge in addressing bad thinking among Christians or theists generally, or atheists?
See, so you want to take that one?
I'm sorry. I think you cut out on my end. Could you ask that again?
Yeah, I just wonder if you feel like in the discussions within the atheist community, if you feel more frustration with theists or atheists, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's possible atheists can disagree about an awful lot of things, right? Because it's really just a position on a belief in a particular thing.
No, I would say definitely more frustrated with theists. I think I have more Muslims that come after me than any particular group, but I would say theists in general tend to not like me very much. Although I've had very civil conversations with some. It just I think the nature of what I do, I think, can be inflammatory for some. I think the area where I have the most disagreement with other atheists is when discussing morality. I'm a more realist. I believe in moral facts, and I think a lot of atheists are subjectivists or anti-realists, and so that's where we kind of differ often.
It's funny because there's a real difference between the way that theists annoy me and the way that our fellow atheists can annoy me. I think it hurts my heart a little more when I get into a real knockdown drag out with our fellow atheist. I'm used to it from the theists, and the frustration with them comes from they are saying things that are just not based in reality whatsoever. And so it's hard to even get context to talk with them.
Well, the reason I asked the question, pardon me for interrupting. The reason I asked the question is because I know that both of you, in your own ways, take different stances on different things that are a matter of controversy within the atheist community, as CC said, and I think David, you'd acknowledge, and it was kind of, but I'm with you on that. I think that the big picture is the challenges we face when we're arguing with theists who stake out a position that leads them to positions that are hurtful to human beings. And that I don't see that quite so much in the atheist community, because and if you do see it in the atheist community, it's like, well, you've got you're standing in quicksand when you oppose well-being for people, for instance. I think that's our big challenge.
I think one thing about
that's what led me to Skeptic Haven and this project. Just because I think we need just every voice out there.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing about debating between atheists and theists, I don't like debating per se. I like having discussions with theists when you can have them. But I think every time there's any kind of dialogue between an atheist and a theist, atheism always wins, no matter how badly it seems to go, because either you're planting a seed in them, or you're planting a seed in the audience of everyone who's watching you. And sometimes you just give them enough rope and they'll hang themselves, and they don't even realize that they're doing themselves a disservice. But I think it's important for atheists and theists to have dialogue, for sure.
Let's see, where am I? Oh yeah. Do you think J-Mac's going to show up? Your streaming partner. I'm just curious, but
I hope so. He's a little bit hard to reach. I mean, his work schedule is kind of crazy. So but hopefully he'll be able to join us. But
cool. Well, David's here off the appointed schedule because time is not real.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I was on your guys' channel a few weeks ago talking about time with a number of physicists.
Really?
So, yeah, I believe it was on here. That was fun.
Could revisit that whole thing.
I love that quote that says, "If you don't ask me what time is, I know perfectly what time is. As soon as you ask me what time is, I have no idea what time is."
Right. I guess I can steer the conversation this way a little bit. Something that I find really troubling about the theistic narrative is this idea that, like, unless you believe in these ideologies, then we lead a life of meaninglessness or of no moral grounding. And I run into that over and over with people. I mean, I was talking to somebody just the other day who's a Christian who told me if they were not a Christian, they would feel like their life was hopeless. And I can't wrap my head around that psychology. Again, I did not grow up in a church. I have no religious trauma of any kind. I was always interested in learning about these things, but they were always more from an intellectual standpoint of wanting to understand what it was that people believed. But I haven't felt this kind of hopelessness, or even when I felt it, I had the tools to navigate that without the need to lie to myself about my state of knowledge. And I don't understand how people can just believe in things just because it makes them feel better. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. And I run into that a lot.
Yeah, I think that's one of the more pernicious things about particularly the more fundamentalist strains of Christianity, wherein the whole religion is based on the notion that you are failed. You've failed. Humanity has failed from the get-go. There's no way out. And the only way out, the only way to salvation is being washed in the blood of the Lamb. It's just a crappy way to be trained, and it's a crappy way to grow up. It's crappy stuff to hear because it especially marginalizes women. You know, it especially marginalizes the people that were considered out groups, even within biblical times. It's so much to process there. And people are stuck in it. And in this day and age, the thing that's horrifying is that it's creeping into politics.
Big time.
Well, yeah, that's been going on for a while, for sure. And I think what's sad, I mean, you mentioned women, and I also speak with women that are theists, is that it makes them complicit in their own oppression.
Yeah.
Without their realizing it. They think that what they're doing is God's will, and that therefore it's the just thing to do. And meanwhile, I'm thinking to myself, like, you're not even aware of that you're being used not by God, but by men who constructed this culture of oppression that you're just buying into. It's really frustrating.
So, David, does it really matter whether Christ lived or didn't?
You know what? The funny thing is, it doesn't matter at all. I mean, we'll be perfectly happy atheists whether there was one guy behind it all or a whole smoke-filled back room behind it all. The thing for me is it's simply a matter of wanting to know what really happened. And for me, the more I look into it, again, I didn't start out as a mythicist, a Jesus mythicist. I was curious to know what we could trust in the Gospels and what we couldn't, and what the real Jesus was like. And ironically enough, as soon as you start looking for the real Jesus, you start realizing how dodgy our information is about him, all the biographical facts that we know so well, and all our sources for him. And what's super ironic now, 20 years plus down the line, is I was asked to do a couple different talks for the Global Center for Religious Research and for the Freedom from Religion Foundation, or Recovering from Religion Foundation, rather. And it was a talk I was going to give on, is your founding figure of your religion imaginary or not? And because I wanted to say, I'll just check the top 10 religions and see if anybody else fits that pattern. Because one of the things that surprised me about studying the historical Jesus thing was how many times Buddhists would come up to me and say, yeah, we're having the same discussions in our circles about whether the Buddha was real. And how many ex-Muslims would come up to me and say, yeah, we're having the same debates in our circles about whether Muhammad was real. And so, yeah, same thing all over again. When you look at the backstories of all these founder figures, they all seem super dodgy, to the point where I think that not only do I think Jesus was mythical, but I think it's the norm for major world religions to start with a purely mythical founder figure. Does it matter? Not really, but it's fascinating. And that's where our evidence seems to point. And that's what I find endlessly fascinating about the whole thing.
So this might be actually another point of potential disagreement between you and I.
Sure.
And I'm not going to claim that I've put in extensive amount of research in this particular aspect of the conversation, because ultimately for me it doesn't matter.
Right.
But what I have seen, I do believe that Jesus existed, and just a couple months ago we had a scholar to talk about that and whether or not mythicism makes sense. I mean, he doesn't agree with it. He doesn't believe Jesus existed. I would say that kind of the tactic that I take, because I don't really have a dog in that particular fight, but the tactic that I take is I prefer to give the theist all the ammunition, all the toys to play with.
Benefit of a doubt. It's like, let's say everything you're saying is legit or is true. Outside of granting ultimately their conclusions, which is that miracles happen and that God exists, I prefer to say, okay, let's say Jesus did exist. Let's say that we didn't only have Paul's letter attesting to the 500. Let's say that we had a lot of resources that showed that, forget the 500, let's make it 1,000. Yeah.
Here's why it doesn't work, because we have all these
Right.
psychological explanations that are well documented that will better explain this phenomena.
Yeah.
Bereavement delusions, mass hysteria, wishful thinking, different forms of emotional factors that will play into people having misconceptions about what they think they're perceiving. A talking point that I'm sure all of us have heard from the Christians is, well, why would somebody die for what they knew was a lie?
Exactly.
And my response is, nobody's claiming they were lying. We're claiming they were mistaken.
And we don't even know they died. We don't even know if some of these people existed in the first place.
Right.
And that's nothing.
And
I think it's important about this is a debate that needs to go on between atheists. I don't like debating mythicism with Christians because it's such a non-starter. And again, they can't even grant things that aren't even controversial in scholarly circles. They can't even go there. They just can't give an inch. It's fun to have that dialogue with our fellow atheists and explain why I think this is where the evidence leads. Not that it matters. But everything we learn in the back and forth between the Jesus historicists and the Jesus mythicists helps us better understand just how shaky the grounds that Christianity is on, and helps call the bluff of anybody who says they know exactly how Jesus wants you to behave or think or vote. And I think that, if nothing else, makes that whole debate worth happening.
Yeah, and the question that I always go back to is what can the theists provide to show that their beliefs aren't purely imaginary or psychologically driven. That what they're saying corresponds to reality in some concrete way. And they can't do it. And it's always, why should I take it? They always want to try to accuse us of, claiming that miracles are impossible or that God can't.
A priori rejecting them. Yes.
And that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying we have an explanation here that is documented empirically within psychology, that the people can, through grief, imagine people that are there that are not there. Why is that less likely than a resurrection that we don't have any empirical priors for? How does that make sense to you? And they can. It's always an emotional response at the end. It's always
It really is. It really is. It boils down to, I feel it in my heart. I believe. I have faith. I have this. I have that. And which is why, to me, the more pertinent question is, okay, fine. What do you do with that faith?
Yeah.
Do you feed the hungry, clothe the naked, visit people in prison? All of those things you're supposed to do. Do you do that? And do you give a shit that anybody should?
Yeah.
That's where the rubber meets the road for me. Personally, because you can have faith or not have faith and do all of those things, which ultimately redound to the betterment of humankind.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's where atheists have it over on theists too, because it feels like I was just going to say, it feels like no matter what angle you go after any religion, there's a way where it just makes no sense whatsoever. Whichever starting point you approach it from. Well, I didn't want to cut you off. You're about to say something else.
No, I was going to say, I think the hypocrisy and the kind of dishonesty that lies in some of these conversations is when, I'll interact with theists who will say, well, atheism either hasn't helped humanity as much as these religious institutions have, or if God doesn't exist, what grounds do you even have to say that something is wrong or right to begin with? And I always want to say, well, yeah, but most people in the world are religious in some form, right? Doesn't mean that you need religion to be motivated to help people. You could simply have empathy, and if you're only helping people because you think that it's what you're being ordered to do,
right?
Then those motivations to me are not as noble as to just be motivated by the desire to really want to help, even if you're not getting some reward in the end.
Yeah.
And they're not as fulfilling in the here and now. I mean, that's the thing. The thing is, piling up treasures in heaven doesn't seem all that wise, because it sounds like a bit of a pyramid scheme. It's like you're piling up treasures in a place that can't be demonstrated to exist. You have no idea whether it's true or not outside of a fundamental belief in the hope of the resurrection or whatever. And it's not even doctrinal, to be honest, that you're gonna kick the bucket and see your family the minute you die. It's kind of stupid. But anyway.
You're muted. You're muted.
SR, we can't hear you.
There you go.
That's okay. You don't want to anyway, because I'm just going to say bad things like, oh no, unfortunately, we've reached the end of our segment here. But since you're both here, I have to say, Cease, very few people go in depth with philosophy like you do. And I have learned so freaking much from you and Axioms on Trial, man. And David,
likewise.
The series that you did with Bryce Blankenagel on Mormonism was one of the most interesting and exciting series I have ever watched in my life. So seriously, again, y'all, I know we've had a whole myriad list of incredible guests, and we're not done. We've still got a bunch more awesome people coming, but you seriously need to go check out these guys if you haven't. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, you both, for being on and donating your time. And I just want to show all of our wonderful people out there real quick. So this is Skeptic Haven, you guys. You can see all of the incredible things. There's us right there in the live stream now, but you can see we've got Let's Talk, our call-in show. We've got Global Atheists, a world-focused show that is just talking about secular humanism and atheism and stuff all over the world. Women Atheists Unload. There are over 500 freaking videos on this channel. So again, if you needed more of a reason than all of these awesome people here tonight supporting this channel, if you needed another reason to donate, well, there it is, folks. And that link is in the description, just as these wonderful guests and all of their incredible things are. And before we move on and we bring on our next incredible guest, we have to give a massive shout out to all of our wonderful Patreon members. So as we do that, thank you so much, David and Cease. Stephanie, you're going to be hanging around and bringing on the next folks, but we really, really appreciate
super great
everything
meeting you both, and thanks for coming on and showing your support for this effort.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Thanks for having us.
SR, how the hell are we doing right now?
We're doing pretty good.
We're doing okay?
We're doing okay. So we are over $650, you guys. This is absolutely incredible. Thank you all so freaking much for your support. And again, thank you so much to all of the patrons here who support us on a regular basis. It is what keeps this channel going. But before we move on, Stephanie, we didn't get a chance to hear about how cool you are and all the awesome stuff you do. So will you just tell us real quick, just tell us something amazing about you other than the fact that you are a decorated athlete. Other than that, tell us a little bit about how cool you are.
I'm not festooned with Let's see. Do I have any trophies? I could get a trophy. I didn't have a trophy.
Get a trophy or like one of the massive sales you work on.
I'm an idiot. I'm a sailmaker. I'm a sailor. I've been doing it for a long time. I'm too old for this shit, and I also cuss a lot. I was really. It warmed my heart when Aron dropped a couple of F-bombs while he was on. It's like, oh, good, I won't be the only one to do this. And it's like, what's going to happen when Heathen Queen and I are on the same? Oh, my God, this is going to be horrible for the audience. We're going to get everything. Yeah, it's going to be. But anyway, that's what I do for a living. Kind of keeps the kettle boiling here and there. But I also have I've been involved with in opposition to religion since I was very, very small, because I grew up in a very religious family of Methodist preachers. I've got way too many that I am immediately related to, but we get along. So there you go.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I don't want to take up any more time because these next three people are just truly, truly wonderful, absolute incredible additions to this community. So I'll get off and I'll let you invite them on. Okay.
Okay. Who we got coming on here? We've got Randolf Richardson, Apostate Anne, and Mark Peralta. Cool. Well, hi guys. Thanks so much for coming and joining this effort to pump things up a wee bit.
Yeah.
So why don't we sort of start? Randolph, tell us about how are things in Canada?
Well, it's getting colder. But I think that's happening everywhere. Things are generally going pretty good here. I do have some concerns because of the upcoming election in 2025. The Conservatives are pushing pretty hard to try to oust the current government that has made a lot of progress in bringing back social programs and science-based government and whatnot. And they're trying to push the other direction, of course. But aside from that, I think generally things are going quite well here for the most part. We're not without our issues. And one of my concerns still is that there is a tendency among some people to try to give preference to theists and religious people, all under the false claim that they're honest just because they're religious and things like that. So, of course, we're pushing back against that because we want to bring an end to this vilification of this demographic of people that we're all part of who don't believe in any deities. The unfair vilification of atheists and the ongoing stigmatization is something that is still a project that's worth pursuing, because the problems still unfortunately do exist. There are other countries where it's in a much worse situation, but even if it's a small in a country where it's just a really in an extreme minority, it's still worthwhile trying to correct it and make sure that everybody's getting treated. All we want is equal treatment for theists and atheists alike in society.
And that's what Canadian atheists do, and that's what you are attempting to achieve. And thank you so much for all your work north of the border.
And thanks for everything that you're doing.
Or perhaps east of the border, in the case of my friends in the Maritimes.
We're all
they're
the same
directly due east of me. Yarmouth, Nova Scotia is due east of Yarmouth, Maine, believe it or not.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So, so there you go.
Parallel all its
Mark, Mark and Anne, you guys are a team, right? You guys sort of are on this tip for, better or worse, richer or poorer, as they say.
We're connected to each other outside of the
tell us
podcast
about how
and
that
part of the
works.
podcast.
Yeah, we're each other's ball and chain, that's for sure.
Wow.
Uh,
Today, Ikra.
You want to start?
Speak.
Should I start?
Oh, me. Okay. Yeah. So, what we do as part of the community, and thank you for having us. We feel like so honored to be part of the community. And we're like, wow, we really are, making connections. And it just feels so good to find like minded people. But so, what we do as part of the community is have this YouTube channel, Apostate of Mind, where Mark, why don't you describe what we do? I think you're better at it.
Yeah. So, the way that we like to put it is we try to make scholarly insights, stuff that we glean from other academic books, things that I picked up in seminary, stuff that I'm learning from other channels. There's a lot of great people putting out awesome content out there. And which, by the way, seeing everyone that's showed up and has had a chance to share it, and I've seen so many new faces to me of channels that I want to go back and subscribe and start watching. And so we take all that academic stuff that pertains to anything related to the Bible that really does need to be brought to light, stuff that perhaps churches would avoid like the plague to discuss. And so we just put it out there, and we don't just like share with you like the conservative perspective, but we also talk about what like us former Christians would have labeled as liberal theology. We bring all the good stuff to light, and so that people can be better informed about what they're reading, the conclusions they're making, even just sort of the stuff that even if you're an atheist, for a while now, but you were once Christian, it's kind of good to like have sort of that closure, that there's a reason why we were fooled into thinking this myth or that myth over this one. And now we know better. And now we can, compare and contrast with, a much informed decision.
Right. Like it's not just, okay, we know the Bible's not true, but why and where did this come from? And really understanding how we got to the Bible really helps, like you said, have closure that, okay, this isn't true, because you understand where it comes from.
Yeah. So, Mark, I think we maybe met on one of Neil's after shows where you described your whole experience. It's fascinating to me that you went from a Catholic upbringing into a fundamentalist Protestant situation, and then went off to seminary with a bee in your bonnet to try to understand the faith better, and then became somewhat familiar with the Hebrew and the Greek, and said, "Wait a minute, that's not what these things say." I think it's like,
We learned too much.
whoa.
Yeah, and how come no one's talking about the fact that maybe Moses never existed? You know, it's like that's the kind of stuff that just like for a while, you know, the apologist in me and then us kept us in the faith long enough where we served for years and we got to, you know, I worked in ministry and was a part of it, you know, so it's not like we're just like, you know, these religious people, whatever, but like we lived the Christian life. You know, we were adult, you know, we baptized as adults. We professed our faith. We thought, we were convinced that, you know, this Holy Spirit was like working in and through us. I believe, like my personal conviction, like, you know, the Bible is the truth. And that's why I went out and sought a fundamentalist evangelical seminary education, only to come out of that like, oh no, maybe what I thought was true, maybe it's not true. And there are all these other problems. And so, you know, it was only a matter of time before we started just questioning it for ourselves and, you know, became fully liberated from all those things that tied us to a church. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Randolph, what led you to atheist activism?
Well, first of all, I've never had the religious upbringing. My parents believed that it's important for a child to grow up just without all this kind of arbitrary influences. And then when I'm old enough, I should hopefully have enough of the right intellectual tools, the critical thinking skills and whatnot to make the determination for myself should the option be presented to me. And that's how my wife and I raise our daughters. So I've never had any kind of strong influence from religious throughout my life. But what started to become a concern for me was seeing discrimination occur and wrong information being spread about atheists. I don't hold a strong position that there absolutely are no deities. Certain deities, sure, I can discount, like the Christian deity, because there is a contradiction with it being omniscient and omnipotent, and I'd be happy to talk about that if you like. I've talked about it in other places. So there's logical reasons why I can't accept that as being credible. But I generally, my approach is more of neutrality. I'm not convinced. I don't believe it. And then when I'm seeing that people are vilifying other people for not believing and saying, oh, that will lead to you doing unethical things, you can't have morals without God, and things like that, that bothered me, because to me, that kind of lays a foundation for injustice against people just because we do or don't hold certain personal beliefs. We don't conform to their arbitrary standards. So I felt that it was important to be one of many voices that pushes back against that. And part of what I try to do is to present the atheism demographic in my own style in the best possible light. And I like to try to encourage people to do the same thing, because I don't think it's necessary to be harsh or really, really strong in our opinions necessarily, depending on the context, of course. So, and there are some people who really go out there and fight, and everyone has a different style. And to me, one of the greatest hallmarks of the atheism demographic is the diversity that just comes from people having so many different histories, and some coming from a religious background and others not, and having so many different perspectives, and basically not being discouraged from, at least now that they're atheists from being free thinkers and questioning ideas and not confusing these collections of ideas with who they are. And these kinds of things, I think, really lead to overall a better society for everybody if people can get on board with this, so to speak.
I wonder if I sometimes ask myself the question, what are we fighting for? Because, you know, and I want Anne to get in on this. It's like, what are we fighting for? Are we fighting for? Are we trying to be atheist missionaries, like to deconvert the heathen, or to deconvert the deluded, or are we trying to bring them to an understanding of the damage that's done in holding certain beliefs? And can you maybe want to talk about that a little bit?
Go ahead, Randolph.
Yeah, I've got a burning point. Like, I don't like to think of it as fighting, if possible. I like to think of more as kind of just helping people to understand, just as you were mentioning a moment ago. The idea of going out there and actively deconverting people, I think in the long term is less effective than just kind of helping people to understand different perspectives so they can come to that conclusion on their own. Because a person who decides entirely on their own without feeling like someone's trying to pressure them or coerce them to leave their religion is somebody who's probably less likely to go back to that religion. And so it's a more kind of, if it comes from them internally instead of from external people saying you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do this over and over again, then it's a more genuine deconversion and it will be more long lasting. So anyway, that's all I just wanted to say. Go ahead, Anne.
And you have some stuff to say.
I agree. I think when people have an opinion, there's certain beliefs behind that. Like if you think of a glacier, that's the tip of the iceberg, what you're seeing and what they're saying. And behind that, there's so many other beliefs underlying. And so you do have to kind of find where the disconnect is, where the gap in understanding is, and close that little gap one at a time. And I agree. It's kind of like evolution. It's like one little change at a time. And that's why I'm happy to be kind of part of the collective thought evolution, you know, presenting or sharing these new ideas or critical thinking that allows people to have their own process.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, I think it's funny how everybody's God looks exactly like them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your God's a terrible murderous bigot, just like you. It's unbelievable how that works. Anyway,
Gods work in mysterious ways, don't they, Stephanie?
And
real mysterious.
And you can usually find a verse to justify that depiction.
True.
And they keep leaving out goddesses for some reason.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Misogyny all the way down. We thought it was turtles, but it's actually just bigotry. Unfortunately, again, y'all know what it means when I come on. I gotta kick you off, and we gotta keep this train rolling on down the tracks. But, of course, I cannot let you go without mentioning how awesome the three of you are. Randolph is known in many circles as the godfather of atheism for good reason. And Mark and I gotta say, I came across your content just about a month ago for the first time, and I have just been binging, and I am so excited to see you guys spreading out and being on even more channels and just growing your community, because your voice is absolutely wonderful, and I'm just so thrilled you're a part of this now. So thank you all so much for being here. It means the freaking world to us. And before we kick you off, you know, we thought, you know, since education is such a big part of what we do here at Skeptic Haven, we didn't want anyone to go without learning just a little bit more about the Bible. So we've got a couple of facts for you that we want you to know about the Holy Book. So here's one of them to sink your teeth into. I say that, of course, and then
Bible
the video doesn't
facts.
play.
Fact number 1. In the Genesis story, Keith Richards was created on the seventh day to entertain the gods. Not really.
That was just.
Ben?
That was a dramatic exit on all of their parts.
Seriously? What the hell just happened?
I have no idea. It's the rapture.
It could have been the rapture. Well, people here I had on my little notepad here that Jessica Heathen Queen was going to be joining us, and I was going to say that for all you folks out there, if it was HQ and me, this is the very sweary portion of the show. I don't know, Ben, if we can get into that, but
we fucking can, Stephanie.
Oh fuck, mate. Anywho, I just wanted to say, how you doing, Dr. Ben? How's residency treating you?
It's a time. I'm back on clinic, so I have reasonable-ish work hours. This is an apple cider mule with Irish whiskey. Because you know the cider expires very quickly, so you got to drink it fast. And it's Halloween almost, so here we go. Fall cocktails. It's great. It's a great evening, and we got 2 trans people on this stream right now. So here we go. I don't know where the other one is. I assume somebody else is coming.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Wait just a second. Is that the? Yeah, there it is. The elephant
in the room.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, believe it or not, there are trans people in this community. Did anybody warn y'all?
No, they didn't warn me at all.
Yeah. Anyway, it's kind of that's an interesting thing. The intersection between God beliefs, lack of God beliefs. I mean, I don't think that I know plenty of trans folk who are, in fact, quite religious. I know trans LGBTQ pastors, as a matter of fact. And they have their own battles to fight within their communities. But this kind of touches on something I was raising earlier in terms of what are we fighting for? What are we trying to achieve? And where the strongest voices in our community need to be aware of the issues that are faced when, I don't think it's enough to personally, and tell me shut the fuck up, but I don't think it's enough to fly a we don't tolerate homophobia, transphobia, misogyny, etc. here and there in our space. When we're talking about creating a safe space, we need to be stronger than that. Mm-hmm. You all need to be stronger than that, people. And I'm sorry, but I have to say you all because I don't know of any atheist sites like this, atheist corporate gatherings that are run by trans folk. But and maybe that's a problem.
Maybe that's a project that should happen. But
yeah, but I don't know. Is that something? That's something that's certainly been on my high on my list. I don't know where you stand with that, Ben.
Yeah, I agree. So there's a lot of people, and I get that people want to be in favor of trans rights and LGBTQ rights as a whole. It's very interesting when we look at kind of two sides of this coin where people don't really know what to do to be allies in this space. And people, it's very hard to communicate what the needs are of this community when people haven't experienced it, right? Like, Stephanie, you've been out there way longer than I have fighting for these rights. And
25 years.
I mean, at the end of the day,
get off my lawn.
Like, at the end of the day, any of us want to exist, just exist as people in the society as we are, and without any baggage. Like that's just kind of the baseline. But thinking about the little things that you wouldn't think of being a cis person, like the assumption is that you're cis, and so certain things that are not an issue to cis people, like using the bathroom, or like if I'm traveling in a state that doesn't allow us to use the bathroom, like what am I going to do? Like I could be arrested for simple things like going to the bathroom. And beyond that, it's beyond the fact that we can't exist at baseline. It's going further in the other direction of not only can you not exist just normally at baseline, but we're going to harass you every step of the way. So like there's not a time where you can exist as a trans person and really not be harassed by somebody. And it seems like a small thing when you're not having it done to you, but they'll make excuses of you have this feature in your body that makes you a man or makes you a woman, and not even related to your genitals. It's like your nose is the wrong shape, or like you're holding your hand in a certain way, or like it's stupid things that they will point out and say you're obviously trans and don't belong because of X, Y, and Z. And
the curious thing, Ben, is that this is a particular concern to people who are just coming to terms with their being trans, just coming to terms with what does that mean for me, because it really is an intensely personal experience.
Oh yeah, like and
transition is a tremendously personal thing, and you in my experience anyway, it was like, am I being clocked? Or somebody seeing me? Is somebody, and this is when it wasn't dangerous. It kind of was, but I had my experiences where somebody was kind of saying, "What are you anyway?" in a very 6'5" bear. Like, what are you anyway? In a Chinese restaurant in Freeport, Maine. It's like getting up in my grill, and it's like, dude, I am what I am. That's all that I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. But what it's going through those experiences, it gets better, but you always have that in the back of your mind. Is this whatever?
Right, and like people
eventually it becomes like, who gives a fuck? But whether it's I'm sorry, I'm rambling on, whether it's that sensation never leaves your mind, even when you're passing fine.
Oh, and that's the thing. You'll talk to cis people and you'll express concern about, even if it's a legal place to use the bathroom I want to, like, it's still nerve-wracking. I'd still rather oftentimes use a gender-neutral bathroom because of the fear of being clocked in the bathroom. And like where cis people will say, "Oh, but you pass," like, and people aren't listening in the bathroom for how differently you pee. And like, no, but there are some people that do. Like, you'll see people, especially the gender criticals in the UK, that will say, I listened to the person next to me pee and it sounded like they have X anatomy. And like, people do this. It sounds ridiculous, and it is ridiculous. And people still do it.
Here's the thing. What you need to grok is that the richest man in the world probably listens to how people sound when they take a piss. That's how bad it is. And he uses the site he just bought for $47 billion to tell people how they ought to too.
Like, for the record, anybody, that's weird. If you listen to people in the bathroom and you care about trying to guess their anatomy based on the sound of their piss, that's weird. You should not. I don't know what thought makes you think that that's okay to do, and that's a normal thought process, because it's not. There are plenty of better things to think about in the bathroom than that. I promise you. I promise.
Yeah, like,
you,
oh
there are
shit,
better
where's the
things.
toilet paper?
Right.
Oh, damn. This is like losing the thread. Hey, welcome to the transatlantic call. No, wait a minute.
anyway.
This isn't it. See, this is the kind of diversity you get on Skeptic Haven. This is a thing. Ben, why do you think places like this, organizations like this, are important? Like, why another? Oh God, not another nonprofit atheist thing. Why do you think this is worthwhile?
I think any community for us is necessary, and I think the more places for people to go to, because there's only so many times that each person can be on stream, right? And we have a whole community, and I love that we can platform each individual person. But at the end of the day, each individual isn't enough to cover the space of every person that needs a place to go. So having a show on multiple times is helpful for anybody that needs a spot that says, I've had a rough day. I've been exposed to these people that don't understand where I'm coming from. To just have a place to even go into a side chat and say, hey, I just want to be around people that are going to make me feel better. It's important. And I see the value in that. So that's something that a community is going to help us with. And I think spaces like this are incredibly valuable.
Cool. So what do you got coming up? You got, aside from, I don't know, stuff.
So I've been less on the internet because I've been doctoring, which is super important. My primary goal right now is to get through residency. But I am on a current project that Stephanie's helping me out with. And for Halloween, starting tomorrow, the 30th and 31st, we're leading into 3 nights of murder mysteries. First on Crazy Catnip's channel tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And then on Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And then Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. We're continuing 3 separate but interconnected murder mystery stories on a train, and it's going to be really fantastic. So come join us, come watch that. And SR and Steph will both be there for parts of it.
That's
true.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's like a combination of Agatha Christie and Dungeons and Dragons. It's rather weird.
And Among Us. Yeah, it's going to be a time.
Yeah.
I already told Ben, I'm just going to instantly accuse everybody of being the murderer. I feel like that's how you win these types of games,
You've got a gumball machine!
Well,
obviously
it's clear.
Unfortunately, again, we are at that time and we have to change over. We have to move on. Ben, I can't possibly ever say enough good things about you, man. You know how much I freaking love you and everything you do. And if anybody out there doesn't already know that, I just don't think they've been watching anything from either of us. So you are
the best, kid.
Yeah, you are absolutely freaking amazing. I mean, I guess it's fine that you don't make even more content because like you're doing important stuff with like becoming a doctor and saving lives or whatever. But like, I don't know. I just think you've got your priorities mixed up, man. You just need to do more shows. You just need to do more medical myths, But
I mean, this segment could be longer.
It could be. It could be.
It could be.
But
the segment could be
unfortunately,
longer.
we are beholden to the algorithm or the gods or Wes. It's one of those 3. I honestly don't know. But the good news is that you don't have to go away empty-handed, folks, because we have some more Bible facts. So I'm going to throw up another one of those before we bring on our next guest. Ben, thank you so freaking much again, man.
Bye, Ben.
Fact number 2, Goliath played for the Harlem Globetrotters before David killed him.
Not really.
I did not know Glass played for the Harlem Globetrotters. That's sad now. What a career. What a
sad.
waste. What a waste of a career.
I know. But, you get 3 days off at the end of it and, you come back and do your thing. Blatant Blathius, lovely to meet you.
Finally.
It's lovely to have you here. So glad you could make it. And by the way, you're looking particularly horny this evening, which is always fine. So I watched your latest relatively short video earlier on, and I'd like you to expand on the notion that beliefs make you Chad.
Yeah. So for anyone that doesn't know what she's talking about, there is a meme going around of a young lady holding up a sign that says, "Where was God when I was being abused?" And there is this very particular young man by the name of Chad who left a comment on this picture. And the comment was something along the lines of, he was watching. He was letting it happen to teach you to be humble. So I just went on a nice little tirade, not anything crazy, but just a nice little rant about becoming a Chad.
Righteous. It was a righteous tirade. Don't be a Chad. And it had to be Chad, right?
Of course.
It had to be Chad. It was all the fucking names in the universe. It had to be fucking Chad.
It's far too fit. But yeah, like
it's
that's
too
just
simple.
The craziest thing. It's the craziest thing. Like how, I don't understand what in you could possess you to say, yeah, the God that I follow, the God that teaches me morality, he's allowing you to be abused to humble you. And that's just fine. Are you insane? Like, if you haven't seen the rant, watch the rant. I'm not going to do it here.
Absolutely. Watch the rant. It's a very righteous rant. It's extremely good. And it's everybody like, subscribe, etc. And subscribe, first of all, but like and watch Blatant Blathius videos. They're great. So what got you into this crazy mess?
I've always wanted to be a comedian. Like that's one thing that I've always looked to. Like I love comedy. I love honesty that comes with being a comedian. So that's always been like a dream. But once I became an atheist, mostly due to watching atheist comedians and kind of broadening my horizons and getting into all the things that I've been sheltered from, like sheltering myself from, because, oh no, I can't watch that. But once I finally unraveled that entire puzzle, I started thinking, you know what, maybe I could do this. But if I'm going to do it, I have to be honest, because that's what I feel like comedy is. You have to be honest. So I have to be able to be me. And a big part of me is this non-belief. And especially at that time, I was fairly new as being an atheist and hadn't come out yet. So I think, when you're new in it, it's everything. It's like, oh my God, this new thing. I want to touch everything. I want the walls have snozberries and all that. I just want to touch everything. So that just developed into this channel because, of course, as I'm doing this, COVID happens. So I can't get on stage. I can't, like, all these ideas that I have in my head that I want to put on stage, I couldn't. So I just turned it all into skits, and that turned into a YouTube channel, and here we are.
Yeah, when did you get going with this?
I believe it was 2020, 2021, somewhere in there. Yeah, I was in Korea at the time, so I was far removed from all the insanity of COVID in the States, so I had a little bit of clarity.
Were you in the service or just in Korea?
I work with the military, so that's why I'm in Japan now. Yeah, I'm all over the place. I don't stop moving.
I didn't know that. Holy crow. What time is it in Japan?
It is 11:30 here, a.m.
a.m. Are you big in Japan?
Am I? No. I'm barely big in the States.
Yeah, well, it's a Tom Waits tune, I'm Big in Japan, which whatever. It's an obscure reference. I realize I've got way too much ancient music tucked away in my head.
See, now I have to find the song.
Yeah, well, I'm Big in Japan. It's pretty funny. So I'm going to ask the question that folks have been asking is like, what do you think the value is with organizations like this in the States, like new organizations? Why another? Is it? I'll let you answer it. I don't know.
I think the simple answer would be the more the merrier. To get a little bit more into it, I guess it's like the way that I became more comfortable with being out as an atheist, because I was going through all these channels, watching all the debates, and I kept on running into more and more people. The algorithm was blessing me at the time, so I just kept finding more and more and more. And it's like, wait, so we really exist out here. I don't have to hide. Like, we really can just be out here. And then I was watching one of the bigger channels, and I saw somebody that looked like me, and I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Shocker.
There's no, because I always joke about this just the whole community, like what we see usually, it's white dudes. It's a bunch of white dudes that occupy this space usually. So when you see somebody that looks like you, somebody that talks like you, the first time I saw Black Atheist rant, I was in shock because he talked like me. He looked like me, like literally glasses, hat, the whole thing. He looked like me. So when I'm watching, I'm like, yo, he's like, and nobody's trying to stone him or anything. He hasn't been ostracized from the Black community. You can do this. So like having that space for people to really see like, oh, there's more of us than just me. Even if I live in this Hobunk town and there's 5 people and they all related and everybody knows everybody, there are people outside of this space that think like me, and I'm not crazy. So that's what's important about just as many of these communities that we can build.
Yeah, I think so too, and I hope that as more communities are built, that they'll take to heart the notion of diversity and inclusiveness, especially more perspective from members of what the Christians would call the Black Church. The nuances between whether it's a straight line mainstream Protestant congregation, there are significant differences between both the practice of worship and the outlook. In my experience as a white kid who grew up in a predominantly Black church will tell you, there's a huge divide. Who was it? It was oh damn, I'm gonna forget, because senior moment. The most segregated place in the United States is Sunday in church.
Yep. I don't remember who said it, but yeah, I've heard that.
Famous guy, author, but James Baldwin. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
I finally got it. Came up with it. But yeah, it's absolutely, it's absolutely a thing, and I think that it's difficult because, particularly in the United States, a whole bunch of racial progress, civil progress, societal progress came out of the Black church.
Yep. The one thing they don't really teach about, though, is how many secular and atheist people were involved in that. We were just safe in that space. But yeah, I digress.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I can pitch in on that. Beard Rustin, a gay man, was central to the Southern Christian Leadership Conference.
Yep.
He was a Quaker from Pennsylvania, and he was gay, and he was the right-hand man the entire time.
Not
He
gonna
was
hear too much
standing there
about
with
that.
Ralph Abernathy and Martin King and all of those guys. He organized the 1963 March on Washington.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So
the things you don't know.
this has always been, at least the struggle for social justice has always been incredibly diverse.
Yeah.
And also pushed to the background.
Of course.
Within in the Christian and Black Christian, white Christian don't matter communities. That was always pushed to the background.
Yeah, of course. Because you have to have that mainline, mainstream front man for everything.
Oh yeah. Which is fine. Social justice is showbiz too.
Everything is, especially in America, everything is a show.
Yeah.
Everything.
You need to convince people. It's difficult to convince people. So it's just, I don't know.
Give and
Rambling
take.
here.
Yeah.
Rambling on reflections on history. So what are you doing for Halloween? Is Halloween big in Japan?
Halloween it's fairly big. They like to dress up here. You might be surprised. They like their anime and stuff like that. So yeah, it's fairly big here. And I'm in Okinawa, which is an island that's pretty much occupied by Americans. So it's really big here.
Yeah. Has been since WW2, the big one.
It gets crazy.
See, what's something you'd like to pitch here right now? Pitch hard. Go dive in.
I know most people. Well, I wouldn't say most people, but the people that do know me, I'm pretty much known for doing the comedy skits and the rants. I'm more known for rants than comedy at this point. But the few that have been paying attention probably know that I have dabbled in music a little bit. So actually, my most popular video right now is a lyric video that I put up of a song that I just did recently. And I'm currently working on the album that's going to be Spotify and everywhere else that you can stream. So yeah, going to be nice. And the channel is going to keep on getting stronger. And I'm going to be posting a lot more now that I'm situated. So yeah, be on the lookout for that. Also, TikTok and all those other places. I'm everywhere.
Good. I'm nowhere. I'm just on the YouTubes. Pretty much, anyway. I don't know.
But you're good at it. I'll follow your channel. You're good at it.
Oh, thank you. I'm honored. I really am.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much. So let's see. What else? So keep an eye out for Blatant Blathius music, which I'll be looking forward to.
Oh yeah.
And SR has come to do what SR does with his.
I know. It's so funny because there's, while I have been familiar with every one of the guests that have come on, and I've seen everybody's, work and stuff for such a long time. I know that there are at least a handful of guests that came on this amazing live stream fundraiser who have never seen me before. And now they will just perpetually have this feeling of me of just being like the Debbie Downer, or the wet blanket. They'll be like, oh, that guy's coming to ruin everything. Yeah, seriously.
Nah, you're just the guy with the hook. This is all vaudeville. It's like,
That's right.
Get him off the stage.
Somebody's got to start up, the music at the end of the acceptance speech, right? Somebody's got to strike up the band. But
in the Black community, we call you the Sandman.
Yeah. But Blatant, I definitely have to say, man, I am so incredibly excited to see you get back to making content. I am such a massive fan of yours. I remember the first time I heard Barr talking about, hooking up with you, and next thing I know, there's like 2 whole freaking albums you guys just cranked out in like a week. It felt like, I mean, it was amazing stuff, man. And
more is coming. The only thing that's taking long this time is the first few ones we did. We were just like, okay, this is a nice beat, let's take it. So now we're actually like leasing beats, so it takes a while.
Yep, I get that, man. I get that. But I gotta say, it, you and Bar provide a perspective to this community that we really just don't have. And so it is just truly wonderful that you were back and you were doing stuff, man, because we really need your voice. We really do. So thank you so much again for hanging out with us. And again, folks, I know I'm ruining the party, but I'm bringing on some cool people to close us out. But before we do, I want you to go away educated. I want you to go away knowing your Bible, folks. Sometimes there's stuff thrown around that just isn't exactly true. And so we just want to dispel some of those myths, you guys. So here's another Bible fact for you.
Fact number 3. During the making the film Noah, 2014, Russell Crowe had to kiss his sister playing the role of his wife.
Not really.
Hello.
I think I'm going to Ralph. That was disturbing. That's the worst Bible fact ever.
I believe it though.
Sure, why not? Nitty!
Hey. Not much. I'm feeling spooky.
It's Nitty right there.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys. Ben,
nice to see you.
It's been a while.
I'm back. I was here like 5 minutes ago. We're back.
Yeah, what
yeah.
It's like Bad Penny? What's going on here?
Me and you, same time.
Yeah.
Same time on the stream.
No, we got to get you on. I mean, I'm not doing a whole lot online now, but we got to get you on for something. We'll make a thing. We'll make a time.
Hey,
it'll happen.
You do you. It's I've been streaming a lot. It's fine.
I've just been working. I've been working 80-hour weeks at the hospital, so I haven't been here a whole lot. So it's my fault.
I mean, you're improving the quality of life for real people instead of us online clowns. So it's. I'm just kidding.
Hey Ben.
Half kidding.
Can you ask the Nazgul up over there some questions while I wet my whistle?
Yes. Yeah. What you got going on?
Because I have this urgent need.
Mm-hmm.
So this past week I have been very silly and ruthless. So if you want to come to my channel ever, I'm not Safe for Faith. I like that label. And I'm not, sometimes we talk about a lot of special parts with little to no discretion, because a lot of the Bible likes to talk about everyone's special bits. And so we don't hold back. Lots of Christians like to talk about what they do with their bits on their alone time and how they don't want to do that. And that's kind of funny. And then my former church decided to gaslight everyone in my city and their congregants. So why not roast them? That was fun. And you get to see me pissed off, but trying not to be. And that's
like a great time. I don't know what the problem is with all this.
Yeah. And some of the stuff about we'll call it lack of male self-control. Oh no. Another stream I did. This is one I want to talk about. It's related to that, but it was this guy. He was bearing his soul about this struggle, right? And I covered it because it really helps you sometimes to step back into how I thought and be like, that was actually really hard. That no pun intended. It was difficult to, experience that guilt so much, and the effort it takes to deprogram yourself, and how you can forget or be very dismissive of how much it pains Christians to try and deal with something that is very natural, that they shouldn't feel this much shame about, and to step back into that place and, not just make fun of it, right? To be like, hey, everyone, let's, try and understand what he's going through, but also like, there are things he's saying that are problematic, but we're not going to ignore his pain, but we're still going to be like, yo, stop comparing porn to drugs. That's just not okay. I get really upset now when I hear that analogy that they like to put forth at the pulpit. I was going to do something tonight, and maybe I'll do that after this. I don't know. I was thinking of reading like the more horrific Bible passages in a creepy voice or something. That could be fun, like the fire and brimstone kind of stuff, and being like, basically making Jesus the villain who's like going around killing everything. I think that'd be fun.
Be interesting for sure.
Yeah. So that's what's been going on. I had a little hiatus, and then I just decided to go bananas. Let's just be all over the place, and I won't shut up.
I mean, that's fair. Like we had, I was on OB for the past couple weeks on the labor and delivery unit.
Yeah.
And Steph's back. So we had a couple
I am
that
back. Thank you for your indulgence.
Yeah, so I don't insert any faith or lack of faith into my relationship with patients. I just let them do their thing. I don't comment one way or another. I just tell them medically what's going on, and they make their own decisions. So we had a couple that were very, very Christian who insisted on, like, they wanted worship music in the room for their delivery the whole time, which, like,
oh my,
it's a bit weird, but like, it's their space. They're the only two people in that space apart from the employees. Like, if that's the way that they want to deliver their baby, then that's the way they get to deliver their baby, is with that music. But they became a crash C-section because baby wasn't descending quickly enough. And so it was a very hectic and kind of scary situation getting them back for C-section. Everybody was fine, but we were worried for a minute that it was a uterine rupture or something really serious.
Ooh.
Luckily it wasn't. But like, kind of after that, I'm wondering if this couple is going to look back on this experience and think, like, this was a miracle, like God protected them, like their faith protected them in this, which wasn't the case.
Yeah.
Like, we made the decision for C-section because of some very concerning clinical signs that we saw. So whether or not we ended up doing the C-section, would the baby have progressed to where we could deliver vaginally? Probably not. So like, the C-section was warranted, but everything was fine. Everything went well for it. And I just don't know if these parents are going to use this method, like, of looking at this C-section and use it to perpetuate the faith and talk to their community and say that this is a miracle, when really it was a decision based on clinical experience.
And I really think that that's a super interesting question. I think it was Wednesday on the Hang Up, or it might have been somewhere else. Matt said something like, you see, might have been in a debate. You see, the difference between atheists and theists is, we often, especially in the whole debate scene, we often hear a focus around worldviews. And what seems strange to me is that, and Matt said this beautifully, you see, my worldview holds out the possibility of other worldviews. Yours doesn't. And that sets up a war that where these where we're clashing rather than focusing on, in the case of childbirth, what is the outcome we want to see here? I mean, some worldviews would say that the C-section should have been left to the will of God.
Right. Which is crazy because
Which
like
is
in the
nuts.
situation we had, it was we make this decision now and hopefully we're wrong and hopefully everybody's safe. But if we didn't intervene and it was a uterine rupture, both parties would have died. So it's amazing that people delayed that at all.
Wow.
Right. And that's why we're here. And that's why we support channels like this. It's why I know it's why I do what I do. It's I want to focus on, I don't want to dismiss somebody's worldview outright, except I want to try to illustrate why they might be mistaken. And very, very frequently, they find themselves at odds with the worldview that they propound and have to make that decision on the basis of, well, what's good? What's the good thing to do in this situation?
And so I know we're getting to
damned.
the end of this fundraiser and the end of the show, but like this is where conversation really matters. And like, even if you think it's a meaningless conversation, like just talking about, do you believe that the earth is round or flat? Or do you believe, like any of these conversations are important to have because that's the logic they're going to use to address these other situations. If they're going to believe flat earth or they're going to believe anti-vax propaganda, like they're more likely to believe some of these other very dangerous things that could impact their lives or their children's lives or any of their lives
Or our lives.
or our lives. And so it's important to have these discussions like in general. So I guess what I'm trying to say here in a lot of words is that like no amount of discussion is futile. Like it's okay to have these. And even if you think I'm not doing enough for the community, I'm not having these intense debates with people on the internet. Like I'm not talking with like these high level apologists or high level preachers, etc. All of these discussions are valid and somebody's life could change based on one conversation.
Right.
And I think that's the goal of why we're here today and why we're doing what we're doing.
Indeed.
Absolutely. That's why I'm here. SR? What's going on here?
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots, and a sexy body full of tats.
Oh my goodness, y'all. I cannot believe we have made it finally to the end of our awesome fundraiser stream. Nitty, thank you so much for jumping on, man. I am so happy to see you continuing to grow on your channel. You just keep getting subscribers and you just keep making great stuff. And Ben, it was great having you back on. Thank you so much for that bribe. I really do appreciate it. It will go a long way. And of course, the wonderful, always wonderful Stephanie. It is such a pleasure to have you on not only this show, but all the other shows that you do. And you know what, folks, before we go, we have to thank a handful of people. those people are the people that are behind the scenes of Skeptic Haven. Those are the people that you may only see in the live chat every now and then saying, hey, or thanks for being here. But there is a whole group of people that work night and day, not only to make this fundraiser happen, but to just keep this channel and this community going. There is a lot of work that happens behind the scenes that you will never, ever, ever see. And so to the crew here at Skeptic Haven, I just have to give you the most heartfelt thank you I can possibly give you. Y'all are the reason that this community has been around. So thank you so much for that work. And to everyone here that's been hanging out with us, I've been watching the live chat, and there have been so many incredible people that have hung with us for the whole 5 hours, and we appreciate you so much. And if you catch this stream on replay, thank you for being here. Thank you for checking us out. Remember, folks, that we're here for a really, really great cause. And that cause is to help Skeptic Haven become an official 501c3 nonprofit, okay? We want to continue our mission of providing educational and informative content for skeptically minded individuals and fostering a supportive, inclusive, safe space for those who have left religion. And with your help today, folks, including all the super chats and everything, we have raised over $675. That is a massive, massive step to getting us over that hurdle of incorporating. So seriously, thank you so much to everybody that has been here and that has donated. We understand that not everybody is in a financial position where they can donate right now. And so just as a massive reminder, one of the easiest things you can do that really, really makes a difference is just share the link. Send out a tweet or an X, whatever they're called these days. Post it on Facebook. Maybe post it up in your community tab on your YouTube channel. All of those things are super duper helpful. And if you can't give today, but maybe you can give down the road, or again, you're catching this on the replay, guys, the link is not going to close at the end of this show, okay? The link will still be up for a little bit of time. And so, if you can, like I said, please, $5, $10, $1, every little bit helps out, you guys. And again, it means the absolute world to us that all of these amazing, absolutely incredible content creators and folks in the community writ large were here today to help us out. I'd love to be able to just sit here and read through all the list and thank everybody personally, but we'd all be here for another 5 hours. So we definitely want to end on a high note for you guys. And I think one of the best ways for us to go before we throw up the credits is just give you a little bit of that Halloween spirit again, guys. So thank you again so much, everyone, for being here. We really do appreciate you. And we hope you'll come check out some of the other shows here on Skeptic Haven, like Global Atheist, Let's Talk, Women Atheists Unload, and all the amazing, amazing content that you find here. So let's leave rocking out to some more Monster Mash, you guys. And we hope to see you soon.
You a mad scientist behind them tables,
Pay
man.
no attention to that man behind the curtain.
Monster from its slab began to rise, and suddenly, to my surprise, he did the monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. It got on and flash. He took the monster from my laboratory in the castle east to the master bedroom where the vampires feast.
The ghouls all came from their humble abode to get old Joe from my electrode. They did the mash. They did the monster mash. The monster mash. It was a graveyard smash. They did the mash. It caught on in a flash. They did the mash. It caught on in a flash. They did the mash. It caught on in a flash. They did the mash. It caught on in a flash. They did the mash.
We are attempting to get a 501c3 charity status, but it takes a bit of money. We really need your help in getting us there. If able, please consider supporting us in what we do.
Thank you, patrons. Sidney Davis Jr., Eric Ozels, Ryan, Deneen Murphy, Dan D., Michael Wiseman, Kathy Cotton, Cindy Plaza, Sunny Shell, Aaron Colson, Phil Calderon, and Amanda McLeod. Subscribe to Skeptic Haven.